Morning, everybody. Y'all can fly. I love that, India Ari. Get it together. Get it together, y'all. We got to heal our bodies, hearts, and minds. Understand that the only thing that's consistent in life is change. So we might as well embrace it, okay? I appreciate everybody that's in the building so far. Shouts out to y'all. And as y'all come in, make sure that you hit the like button, share, subscribe if you have not. Support the channel. The links are at the top. We're going to go ahead and start the show. All right. So appreciate y'all ride with me. If y'all know I'm a person who, I don't know, I live through music in a certain sense. I can find almost the perfect song for any situation that I might be going through. This music is very therapeutic. So I like to what I call pre-game. You know what I'm saying? I used to do that before all my sports events or whatever. Like I said, it just gets me hyped, gets me in the mood. So I picked that song because we're talking about the gaps between generations, because I know y'all noticed this. You've seen this and you felt this in your heart and have even exercised this. There is a there's a disconnect between the old and the young, even though we both have a lot to offer. So we gonna get into it, and I'll be right back after the intro. Y'all just ride with me. I'll be right back. Let's go.
The world is a real place where things aren't perfect. It's all about the journey. And where are you going? Fire in my eyes, I keep on growing. This is a little personal, the LA Project Show. Doctor?
All right, y'all. We ready to start the show. Get your breakfast. I hope y'all got something good to eat. Get your nourishment in. Hopefully you're gonna have, some activities later on. You know what I'm saying? So treat yourself this weekend to something nice. Let's go ahead and shout to everybody out in the building so far. We got first booty on duty. We got Lena Love. What's going on, Lena? Good to see you. Got Candy Cane in the building. Good show last night. Good show. Definitely inspired me to kind of get out of some of these redundant conversations and topics, because there's way much more on our mind besides DP and relationships. Even though relationships are very important, they are not everything. And sometimes we got to fix ourselves and we got to get other things together before we can even think about offering anything to anybody else, right? So let's get it together. All right, we got Gurkha Legend in the building. Good morning to you. I haven't seen you in a while. Thanks for coming through. All right, and we got the Cynical One. What's going on? Good morning to you. All right, y'all. So I wanted to talk about, like I said, kind of what is the problem? What's the disconnect between the older and the younger generations? Because there definitely seems to be one for a while. And it's, I can even think of some examples like, oh my God, like it's hilarious to see Sway producing and Sharon have a conversation, because one is I think Sway is in his 20s. And he's very articulate, for his age, which I shouts him out for. But in Sharon, of course, is seasoned. You know what I'm saying? He's in his 40s. He just had a birthday not too long ago. Shouts out to the Geminis. But they go back and forth and they bump heads depending on their perspective. So I kind of wanted to look into that because, I mean, let's keep it real. You know, when we're first, like, especially when we're getting ready to leave the house and everything like that as young people, there is so much there's so much that we're not prepared for. And of course, we've got a great group of people who have been there, done that, bought the t-shirt, all that good stuff, right? But for some reason, our communication style, whether it be our communication styles, our mistrust of each other, just not understanding um the different progressions that we've made in terms of making things convenient, technology, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't even imagine what it was like for, like, our peoples back in the day to get a washing machine or an actual oven, or you know what I'm saying? Like, instead of doing stuff over open fires, or whatever the case might be, so of course our hmm, our problems and our issues are going to be different, right? Now, I had to reach back, you know what I'm saying, in terms of my mental Rolodex because I am getting older. Oh, and I wanted to know, just from people in the chat, what okay, let me type this in. Hold on, let me do this really quick. Give me a second. I got a question for everybody. All right. I got a question for everybody because when do you actually become an elder? Is it more of an age requirement? Is it mostly based off of experience and things like that? Like, y'all let me know what makes someone an elder. All right. But I was thinking back, to when I was younger. And the first thing that came into my mind is the song Parents Just Don't Understand by the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Like, remember that song? Like, there was so many different gripes and different things that he was just, listing in the song, that he felt like his parents, even though they had been, they, like I said, been walking the earth, had to live, and learn and been through so much before him, he felt like they just didn't understand. And I always thought it was a kind of a funny song at first because I was young and, definitely on more on the obedient side. This was pre-puberty, y'all. So y'all gotta, bear with me. But at the same time, I had a sister that lived in the house. My sister is 9 years older than me. So as a young person, I would, definitely watch my sisters. Like, I don't know, she gave my parents a run for their money, man. And when I was younger, I didn't want to be extra problems. I didn't want to cause extra stress or whatever. You know what I'm saying? But and I was kind of confused of why she was, responding and acting the way that she was, and under certain circumstances and things like that. But when I started getting, into more of like junior high school and high school, I think that's when I really stopped relying on my parents' advice. Um, because I just felt like they would not understand what I was going through, whether it be just trying to fit in, trying to adjust to, everything that was changing in, within myself and around me, responsibilities, keeping up with all these classes, just my success was more on me. And that was cool. But at the same time, like I said, I think that was the time that I really stopped asking questions, because I used to be very inquisitive about, like, what were my like what were the classes that my parents took, like who was your best friend in high school, you know what I mean, like just really trying to get to know them. And I mean, I don't know, maybe it was just so far back, I don't remember hearing too many personal stories of how they navigated through certain situations. I'll just say that. Um, but I lived in a good, in terms of like a good neighborhood and stuff. But y'all have to, okay, I just want y'all to picture this. Um, when I was in junior high school, I was right outside of St. Louis in a city called Florissant. Now, if you went on the other side of the tracks, which was maybe, I don't know, 3, 4 miles down, is Ferguson, Missouri. That is the place, unfortunately, where Mike Brown was deleted by police years ago. So you have to understand it was kind of a tricky area. You know what I mean? Yes. Was there danger? Absolutely. Um, I knew girls who knew how to hide razor blades under their tongues. Um, and we had lockers, but we had to bring our own locks. So if there was a fight, it was pretty commonplace to know that somebody used their lock, no, looped their lock on their finger and started swinging. You feel me? So me personally, I was just like, I don't know if my parents are going to understand, you know what I'm saying, just how potentially dangerous it was for this introspective, quiet young girl who liked to read. But I had to figure it out, right? And thankfully I did. But usually when we think of elders, we think of people who are full of wisdom and decision making, of course, resilience, because, they still here, right? Somebody who prioritizes their experience. But it seems like, the younger generation usually receive criticism from the older generation, saying that we're too sensitive because we communicate more than, let's say, the silent generation or the boomers, right? That we're lazy or we're just not as smart as they were. And I know that a lot of people have heard this before, like, does the internet, does Google and Chat GPT, AI, does all these things, is it dumbing us down, or is it actually, something beneficial, and it's something that is making us more resourceful as the ages go along? That's been a debate as well. The older generations, in terms of their perspective, they'll say they've done their job and now it's our turn, right? But then the younger generation can turn around and say, well, you raised us. Y'all the reason why we are this way. You're the reason why we are all the things that you complain about. There's a disconnect, and I think both can be true at the same time. Hang on just a second. We got L Boogie in the building. What's going on, love? Yes, support the show. What's up, Tiff? We got Tiff in the building. Yeah, y'all cloud watchers, like I said, like always, drop down and get your eagle on. Come and say hi to me. Come and say hi. Oh, no problem. I hope that you have a great Saturday. I'll be up here for a little while. We got some things to cover. But I'm not sure. Does anybody have any perspective on what constitutes or when somebody becomes an elder? I don't know. I see it as more people trying to use it as a diss. I'm very very proud to be the age that I am. Unfortunately, I've got, I have friends that have, that are no longer here, that didn't even get to see 45, didn't get to see 46. You know what I'm saying? So I'm doing pretty good. If I was to leave this earth today, people would say I was so young. But while I'm here, I'm seen as old. But like I said, I think that's just a diss. I think that people become an actual elder. I don't know. I think it's more of a mind state than just an age. Because, we know a lot of young minded older folks, you know what I'm saying? And like I said, it kind of comes out when we try to have these conversations, so we try to get some type of insight or advice, and they meet us with the criticism, so it's a little discouraging. Hey, Drobo Knot, good morning to you. Thanks for coming through. Y'all make sure to hit that like, share, and subscribe if you have not already. Appreciate you. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and get into some topics. Has the older generation lost their credibility? I guess to the people who were younger than them. Do we trust their word? Do we trust what they say? For me, it all depends on the source. Someone who not only, talks a good game, but walks it as well. I think that a certain amount of results, I look for that if I'm going to take advice. But yeah, I don't think that being an elder is restricted to just your age, right? It's about your mindset as well. So let's get into some of these differences, right? Because I swear, I think about these things as well, just how much the economy has changed, how much, cost of living, all of those things, has really changed and has kind of, it's put a pinch on us. You know what I mean? I've been telling my mom, especially ever since I was young, because I am a conspiracy theorist. I don't care. I don't believe in coincidences. All right. I don't. If we believe in a higher power, if you believe that everything is perfectly, designed or whatever, then it's supposed to be this way in one way or another. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why if I hear something that sounds a little outlandish, I still will give it some thought. But I've been telling my mom, in terms of just how employment, corporations, jobs have changed. She's luckily she's receiving retirement. She served, for what, 35 years for the government. And it wasn't the military, but she was a government worker. But nowadays, they're not really trying to keep us on as employees for as long as we would like to in order to receive our retirement. We're still paying into the system so our parents can receive at the moment. But I believe when it's our turn, there's really not going to be much left. I don't think that they understand that much. We think about the housing market and how ridiculously, the how much it costs to get so little. Like here in Georgia where I live, it's just like they seem to be anytime that they see some grass or a patch of, like a park or like there's an open field, they're just like, nah, we got to put some apartments up. We got to put some houses up or something. And in the area that I live, you can buy a townhome with, just a strip of land in the front yard, a strip of land in the backyard, and it's going to run you 400,000 easy. I don't think that they understand that. I looked into the census. My great grandfather, and I can't quote the year, so don't ask me to. He bought his house for $2,000, a little over $2,000. Now, if we had the same type of circumstances, of course, the youngins we'd be thriving, we'd be flourishing. But unfortunately, things have changed, and I don't think that they really understand that. When we were young, when we were younger, especially by the baby boomers, my parents are boomers, and they seemed like they had a formula or things figured out, like if you just work hard and go to college, you're going to guarantee get a good job. You're going to find somebody to get married to, and this, and the third. That's not how it works. You can work very hard and still not get to where you want to be, because I feel like back then, jobs and performance was way more performance based. Nowadays, it's a lot of popularity. You understand? It's who you know. It's who likes you. It's a different ball game that I don't think that they understand. So I get it. They feel like you shouldn't have to be liked. You know what I'm saying? To do your work, in order to get a job. But to be completely honest, you kind of have to be liked these days, or likable, or know someone. That's how a lot of people get their jobs these days. It's not based off of solely qualifications or performance, right? But that's another disconnect. I know, man. That's what I'm saying. My mom used to brag about, well, she only did this because she came from a big family. She had she had about 2 or 3 siblings that she had to share clothes with. So when she got married and she left home, she loved putting things on layaway and, paying a little bit here in order to really build up her wardrobe to get those assets. And I mean, we don't even have Payless shoes anymore. Okay. We don't even have discount stores anymore. We don't have those. We don't have layaway. And the places that do have layaway, it's funny. They only, like at Walmart, you can't put like clothes and stuff like that. You can definitely pay a little bit on toys and things like that, but it's a lot more that we have to do up front. in terms of finances that our parents didn't have to do. They could, like I said, borrow, pay a little bit here, a little bit there. Like I said, with the whole college situation, I mean, there's so many people who graduate with degrees and it's difficult to actually find work in their field, so they'll have to settle for something less, even though they are qualified, right? Hey, Genesis, good morning. So that's definitely one thing that we have that I feel like is a disconnect, because it's almost like there's no continued education, you know what I'm saying, with the older generations. Even though they live in our same world, they're not taking into consideration how much the world has changed. You know what I mean? Especially for us trying to get a leg up, or trying to get established, or trying to, accumulate and be independent, right? They were able to do it way earlier than we were. Let me see here. Another thing that I think is really important in terms of the disconnect is that information is no longer scarce. You know what I mean? You don't have to track a book down, go to the libraries and use a Dewey Decimal System. You don't have to, actually know a particular person who was involved in a situation. Everything is a Google search away. We have TED Talks and different podcasts, give our different perspectives. Some people give advice. And also just, our favorite, I can't even believe this, but some people really do listen to like their favorite celebrities and things like that over their parents, their teachers, religious leaders, and local communities. But at the same time, when we think about the structure, or the structure of what the older generations had in terms of, like I said, community outreach, connection with their, with a church, or with that type of community and things like that. A lot of us younger people, we don't have the connection to community outreach programs, or have like a real religious foundation, So it seems like the younger people are more focused on people who are able to present themselves or the information in not just an entertaining way, but a way that it seems more relatable, if that makes sense. All right, so I wanted to kind of pull up a couple of examples of what we were talking about here in terms of the disconnect with the generations here. And I couldn't think of a better example than the movie The Butler, because there was a lot of disconnect with the two generations there. Even though they lived underneath the same household, we had to take it. Well, they kind of broke down the main character's background, and also kind of his motivation to why he wanted to become a butler. It was just about overall progression, having more than what his parents did, right? And I think that was a big motivator for older generations as well, because they really had to go through it. Like I said, they didn't have the technology, they didn't have all the different options in the like I said, the information at your fingertips type of situations. It was a lot of personal experience, a lot of things that they had to overcome in that sense. But at the same time, that time I know it was very traumatic. I know it had to have been, you know what I mean, to exist only within a certain realm, you know what I mean, or with so many different restrictions on you, especially as Black people here in America, right? So I wanted to show a couple of clips just to kind of illustrate the breakdown and the different issues that the younger generation might have with the older, and vice versa. So we're going to pull up, and since I'm not monetized yet, we're going to go ahead and play some of these clips. Now, after I play the clips, I am going to kind of summarize them, because I'm going to have to cut them out after the live stream. But that's one of the benefits of being here live. You can actually see the references as we pull them up. All right. So let me go ahead and get this pulled up. All right. Now this is going to be the infamous scene that was at the dinner table when young man got beside himself and tried to buck on his daddy, and his daddy and his mama had to let him know, you know, everything that you got is because of that butler. So let's take a look at the exchange between the two generations. Now, do I want to start with that one? First, let's start with this one. All right. And this is going to be a little rough, man. This is going to be a little rough, but it is where we come from. You know what I mean? Our grandparents and our parents might have had to experience certain things similar to this. And it might give us a little bit more of a understanding of why they why they relay the message that they do, why they have the attitudes that they do. You know what I mean? So we're going to start with this one. This is in the beginning. This is when technically the main character is a child working on a plantation with his parents picking cotton. Hey, Otis, what's going on? Good morning to you. I appreciate it. I'm going to be opening up the panel in a little while because I think that this is something that we can get some insight on. Let me see here, because we got a pretty nice crowd here. You know, when I look at my analytics, it looks like people in between the ages of 24 all the way to 55 watch this show. So hopefully some of y'all will contribute your opinions on exactly why we can't connect with each other. You know what I'm saying? Because in my opinion, human beings are here to connect with each other. We're here to share information. We're here to enrich each other in one way or another. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't do anything by yourself. I don't care what anybody says. You can do a lot off of your own sheer willpower. However, you're gonna need some help, you know what I'm saying, along the way. And it usually comes not always in monetary forms, but in forms of advice, in forms of support, and in forms of almost like mentorship, right? Hey UFO, what's going on? Good morning to you. All right, so let's get into the beginning a little bit. So we're gonna pull up the beginning, like I said, the origin stories of the main character, and also his motivation for wanting to do something better for his family by any means necessary. All right, because it was all about making things easier for the next generation. But like I said, the main thing that was missing is the information. You know what I mean? Like, we can know all day long that our parents came from more, like I said, a time period where they had to be more resourceful. You know what I mean? They didn't have the luxuries of the cell phone and Google and all those things. But we still need to hear from y'all. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna get this pulled up. Let's watch the beginning part, because this is our history, y'all. This is our history. This is where we come from. So let me see here. And like I said, this one is it's a little tough. It's a little tough, but we're gonna get through it. Give me 1 second. All right. Like I said, I'm gonna have to cut this out later, but I will summarize it after it's finished. All right. So this is his childhood, and this is where him and his family lived and worked. I'm not sure if I would guess, I would say they were sharecroppers. All right. All right, so let's take a look. All right, y'all. Sorry for the graphic nature, but I had to put it up there just to get an origin story. Like I said, there was a lot that the earlier generations, or the ones that came before us, They were not allowed to express. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot that they had to deal with. You saw this. Not only was this young boy a witness of the grape of his mother, but also the murder of his father just for saying something about it. And then the person, the white lady talking about stop crying. That's crazy to me. That's crazy. So for me personally, when I encounter an elder who has a certain demeanor, a certain attitude, I can imagine where they come from, or at least what they've seen. Only because, like I said, I know the history of this country. I know the history of our people. Good morning, Crown Prince. Appreciate you showing up. But yeah, it causes a rift. And I mean, also, could you imagine how traumatic that could have been and must have been? To the point where the human psyche probably has to disassociate themselves or shut down, fragment. A lot of people, a lot of victims go through this, whether it be, SA, domestic violence, um, anybody who has, people who have went to war and have, formed PTSD. In order to do a lot of things or be able to survive a lot of situations, the mind is amazing. It has a way of a way of protecting itself and protecting you. Um, from what I hear from some people who have went through this, it's like I wasn't even there. It's like I left my body. That's dissociation. That's fragmentation. You know what I mean? That's where you have to shut off a certain part of your humanity or a certain part of your thought process in order to survive the next day. You know what I'm saying? In order to get to where you want to be, or at least, like I said, to just exist. You know what I mean? So it was a lot that had to, that people had to endure and go through. But again, it makes me wonder why that type of information is only relayed or shared with the younger generation when it comes to, um like I said, with the criticism part. We get it. You had it hard. You had a harder life than we did, but we still appreciate you, and we still need your advice. We still need your help. We don't need you to shut down on us. We need you to open up, so we know what to do, so we can benefit from some of your knowledge and some of your resilience going through these certain situations. Because let's keep it real, the younger generations, we go through our own struggles. We have our own set of struggles. They're nothing like the ones from before. And I'm not trying to do the struggle Olympics and things like that, but that's just, to me, is paying homage. To me, is paying respect. All right. I had the privilege of knowing three out of my four great grandparents. So I know about the outdoor plumbing. I know one of my great grandparents was actually a product of slavery. Okay. Her mom was the slave, and bada boom, y'all can figure the rest out. You know what I'm saying? So I've heard lots of stories, and it's been, um I don't know. For me, it helped me respect those people that much more, because not only had they come from a time period of lack and scarcity, they were now living in a different way, functional way, happy way, but they were still very quiet. You know, my grandmother is still here. I have one grandparent left. She is 91, but I don't know anything about her. We spent 2 weeks with my grandparents every summer to go to vacation Bible school and, hang out with them. And I don't know anything about her. She's very quiet, wonderful cook, wonderful cook. But I don't know her. And I feel like, I don't know. I feel like we missed a lot of time, but at the same time, I can't force her to, to speak or to answer questions if she doesn't want to, right? So I think there's a lot of our elders, who kind of, like I said, they're still very quiet. They're still very quiet. for one reason or another. And like I said, I think it was just because, man, they had to they had to deal with and see some things that were truly traumatic. You got Liberated Soul in the building. What's going on, y'all? Make sure that you hit the like button if you haven't. All right, now we're gonna fast forward a little bit to the infamous dinner scene where, we saw the scene where the butler, I'm saying, the main character was a young boy. And after that day, the mistress, the lady of the house, taught him how to work inside of the house, how to, fine dining and all that stuff, which translated him to being, chosen to work in the White House. All right. Now, for his son at the time, who was super radical, living in, the Black Panther movement times, there was a huge disconnect. You know what I mean? His son saw him as being subservient and not as manly as maybe him, because he was willing to go out and demonstrate with sit-ins and be a part of the Black Panther Party movement, so it was a different level of sacrifice. However, if he had known his dad's story, I don't think that he would have treated him that way. Yes, epic dinner scene. We about to get into it, okay? Now, the first scene that we saw, like I said, was him when he was young, working on sharecropping with his family, still living in very racial times. Mom was violated, pops was deleted in the same day, and he's got to figure it out. And he was told not to cry. That really bothers me. And since this is Men's Mental Health Month, it really, I don't know, man. It makes me feel like, it gives me more understanding. You know what I'm saying? Because boys and men are human too. I couldn't imagine telling a young person who just lost a parent not to cry. I think that is like a part of the issue of the breakdown of mental health in general. Because when you can't express yourself, you have nothing but your own thoughts. You know what I'm saying? You have nothing but your own voice, you know what I'm saying, to tell you what it is, what it ain't, how you should cope with it, how you should understand what is happening to you. And I think that's very unfortunate. Now, I have nephews, I have, brothers and stuff like that. And I encourage them to, to be vulnerable if they need to talk. Of course, I'm a safe space. I'm their family. But with men in general, I encourage them to be vulnerable. That's why women, want to scoop baby boy up when he starts crying, because he's human. But guess who tells us, don't pick that boy up, let him cry? The daddy. So we're perpetuating this cycle of repression and expecting the next generation to actually get some type of understanding from it. I just think it's backwards. But I understand. Okay. So let's go ahead and I'm gonna stop rambling for a second. Let's go ahead and get into this dinner scene. Just for anybody who might have forgotten about the reference, this is The Butler. It came out in 2013. If you haven't seen it in a while, I highly recommend that you go back and look at it. And I get it. A lot of people don't appreciate time period movies. Like a lot of people, especially Black men, I've noticed this. They do not want to see 12 Years a Slave. They don't want, they're not a big fan of Roots. These types of movies that show or try to portray us in terms of our history and our condition. A lot of us don't feel like it's necessary, but I think it is, man, because we need to keep these things in mind when we're interacting and come to our elders with these types of expectations, because a part of being able to connect with conversation is understanding. If both generations or both sides are looking at each other as being polar opposites, then of course there's going to be a disconnect because there's no understanding. It's okay to look into history. And I understand as the generations like the millennials and all that stuff, and the people who were, the kids who were born in the 90s and the 2000s, they don't see racism as being a big deal. It is a little bit further away from their bloodline, from their memory. They might not have access to their great grandparents or their grandparents to tell them these stories, or to relay, to tell them the story of progression of our people, right? But history is very important, okay? So even if you are born in the 90s or the 2000s or whatever, take a look at some of these movies, just for reference, just for some type of idea of what our people had to go through, and what type of mental state and mental process we had to have just to survive. All right. Oh, UFO. I know. See, but all right, he says the cotton field scene was impactful, but I never understood why he waited till after the grape to speak up. Well, if you paid attention to like the actual, I think that the people who were the adults at the time, they were more conscious of what life was supposed to be like. And he told his son, he was like, this is their world and we just in it. So with him having that type of mindset, you know what I mean? It's just, and it was a lot of the husbands had to kind of, like I said, keep their head down in order to survive. They knew what was happening. They knew what was going on, but they felt powerless. When his son said, Paul, what you gonna do? That's when he finally said something, because he was like, damn, my son is watching me. My son is conscious. He knows exactly what's going on. How can I explain this to him? I felt like it was a buildup of not only frustration with the white man who violated, but also it was just like his way of being a man, especially for his son who was watching. So I don't know, man. I know it would have been something to say something before, but I mean, as you can see, all he said was "hey," and he got popped. So it looks like that dude was going. If he would have said something before, he would have just popped him before, and then went in there and did what he did with his wife anyway. You know what I'm saying? So I think that it was just more of the pressure of, like I said, the younger generation was just like, hey, like, what you gonna do? Like, why is he, his mom is in, making, she's not happy, she's screaming or whatever. So it's not like this boy does not know what's going on. And he wants some answers. I just think that his father was kind of like put on the spot and was just like, it's now or never. Because I'm pretty sure this is not the first time that happened to his wife. UFO says, I'd rather been deleted before the grape than after witnessing it with my son. Guess I'm just weird. I don't think that was the first time, because he knew exactly who to go to. You understand? And of course, Mariah Carey, she played the role or whatever. So yeah, with the classic mulatto, you know what I'm saying? That was kind of common. I can't even lie. So being light skinned on a plantation did not mean better treatment. It means you got messed with even more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, if you were darker skinned, you'd be outside working in the field in the sun, but they ain't gonna being inside of the house where the master has 24-hour access to you. That's the most dangerous place. And then of course, on top of that, you got the mistress, you know what I'm saying, who's in the house as well, who feels a certain type of way because her husband is lusting after slaves. You understand me? So it was a big clusterfuck back then. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, I feel what you're saying, UFO. But how many men do you think would have been deleted? You know what I mean? It's almost like the same thing as, like, the people who when emancipation came about, and they just didn't know where to go. There was a lot of people who wanted to stay on the plantation because they didn't know no better. They didn't know no better. But let's get into this dinner scene, y'all. And then I'm gonna drop the link. We're gonna talk about it. All right, just adding it to the studio. Give me 1 second, y'all. Let me stop. All right, all right. Well, some of y'all remember that scene. Yes, that was a tough one, man. That was a tough one. But again, look, you gotta. I mean, nobody likes to be disregarded, disrespected, right? Especially when they sacrifice and they do things that they don't want to do just to make sure that you have. So I understand that situation. And like UFO said, there's still a lot of that happening today in many ways. But let's talk about the differences, man. I went ahead and pinned the link to the top. You're welcome to join in the conversation of why we can't seem to be, we can't seem to get through to each other. We can't seem to, just get along, man. Could you imagine what would happen to our people if we actually banded together instead of just focusing on all the things that make us different? When we stop comparing what somebody else has compared to what we have, when are we going to be happy for each other and share the information of what we know so another person can come up? I don't know, man. Now I try to have conversations with certain people, especially when I used to work like in the restaurant bar scene, stuff like that. You definitely meet a lot of 21, 22-year olds, whatever. And you just try to get a little insight of what they want out of life, their goals, and even if they find that their goals are even realistic, like the young girls who think that they just, if they look a certain way, that they're going to get a certain type of guy, and they want to be spoiled and this, that, and the third. So I asked them, I was like, okay, so if you're expecting a person to do all that for you, what are you going to be providing? You got to have something else besides looks. You know what I'm saying? You got to have some character, some personality, some integrity, something, because the looks gonna fade, and it's not what's most important. And to feel like you're born just to be spoiled and taken care of is very entitled, because somebody else had to bust their ass or maybe go through hell just to make life comfortable for you. Now, sometimes the information is received, but if it's not, hey, I don't feel slighted. You know what I'm saying? Okay, some people have to learn on their own, and I get that. See, I used to want to be the one to help prevent certain pain or certain experiences that people go through, but I had to understand that I might be getting in the way of their own personal growth. Like I said, some people just have to go through things on their own in order to understand. And when that life beats them up enough, they will come back, you know what I'm saying, and ask you some advice. And that's when you meet them with humility and you just say, okay, this is what you do. Instead of resisting and say, well, no, you didn't want to listen before anyway, so you on your own. And that's what I feel like a lot of the attitude is. Like I said, the older generation has a lot of criticism towards the younger generation. They feel like their work is done and it's our turn to pick the ball up and to keep it rolling. But we're still missing a lot of the guidance from the older generations, because they, like I said, they worked hard. They did what they said, what they were taught to do in order to be successful. And now they're done. Now they're done. All right. So I had some questions. Do y'all think that the younger generation is not as strong. And when I say that, like I said, we communicate our feelings, right? Versus the older generations who wasn't even allowed really the luxury. We don't we have conversations online about, spanking our kids isn't necessary. I don't know about y'all, but yes, I lived and died by the belt, okay? That was the form of punishment. Before then, my parents had a paddle. They got paddled, okay? So it, it, now we're to the point where we want to talk to our children. You know what I'm saying? We want to explain stuff because pain is not always the best teacher. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's effective, but it's not the best. It's not the best way. But I think that the older generation, because we do communicate more, they call us sensitive. Because we have conveniences and technology, they call us lazy. But I don't know. Do y'all think that that's what it is? Because the younger people are definitely starting businesses early. They're doing their thing. You know what I'm saying? In their own way. What's going on, fellas? Shoot, we got some new people in the house. Hold on, give me 1 second. Who is this? He greets me like 187, but shouts out to my aunt circle. I love the laws of my aunt. We got Moo in the building. What's going on? Good to see you. He says sometimes the older generation doesn't realize how much the world has changed since they were in their heyday. Yes, that was one thing that I was bringing up earlier. Like I said, just even with finances. Oh, okay, it is you. Okay, cool. Hey Eugene, what's going on with you? Y'all, please make sure to hit the like button. It helps the video out so much. But yeah, that's what I was kind of saying as well, Mumu. Like even just like when it comes to economics, the housing market, the fact that we don't have discount anything, it is different. And I don't think that they take that into mind. It's still a comparison game. You know what I mean? Because yeah, they were able to accumulate, some like I said, properties and things like that. Like my parents, I don't know if they owned the townhouse that we lived in when I was born, but they owned a property back where they're from in Ohio. So technically they were like 22, 23 years old when they had their first property. And then when my mom had me in her early 30s, and they had two properties by then. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the world is different. The housing market is totally different and it's not as easy anymore. I don't think that they understand that. But at the same time, they did have other challenges, what I'm saying, to overcome. So my mom had a huge family. She was a number 11 out of 18. She had to share clothes with her siblings, share bed with, you know what I mean? Like share everything type of situation. They lived on a farm in order to, just so they wouldn't have to buy groceries and things like that. So they did and of course they had racism. You know what I'm saying? My parents were born in the 50s and they graduated high school in the early 70s. So most of their life, they called niggas and all kinds of stuff by white kids with dirty faces. You know what I'm saying? With dirt still on their face. Like, oh my goodness. But that was just the time, right? So they had their own set of struggles, but I don't think that they are keeping up with the current times at all. Like I said, it's like, they retired now, you know what I'm saying? So they looking for their easy chair. They're done. They're not trying to fight. They're not trying to stand up. When it comes to anything with political or social issues, hey, it's all on us. They're passing us the ball. They're passing us the ball. What's going on, H&M? Good morning to you. UFO says, I'll just say I was an adventurous, hard headed kid. Only a belt kept me aligned. Just being honest. I mean, was that the only method that they tried? No, because I really feel like, okay, and this is something else that I think that is a part of like the disconnect between the younger and the older generations, the respect factor, right? Like, especially nowadays, young people we want to see results. Okay, you can have all of, the advice and opinions and stuff in the world, but how you live and know, who are you in your community? Are you respected? I think that's the biggest part. You know what I'm saying? That's why even when it comes to trying to hold people accountable online, like there is no such thing as doing that unless the person that you trying to, unless the two people actually respect each other and what each other think. Like we're all strangers, you know what I'm saying, who live a certain life online, and we don't know how people really live in real life. You know what I'm saying? So holding the accountability card doesn't really hold up online because we don't respect each, you know what I'm saying? There's no reason to respect. So I think that that's an issue, you know what I'm saying? Do we respect our elders? Do we appreciate? And when I say respect, just know and acknowledge that they have been through things that we have not had to go through and probably couldn't imagine going through. To me, I can respect that. But we still got a lot of, like I said, either bitter older people, or we still have a lot of young minded older people. So, what really constitutes as an elder? When do we become an elder? Hey, Brownie. Good morning to you. Respect is paramount. Correct. But, I listen to people's opinions and their outlook and their perspective on respect, and a lot of people don't even feel like they need to offer common decency to people in general. Two strangers could encounter each other and they both have the perspective of, this person has to earn my respect. But you got to offer a little bit of respect in order to get some back, in my opinion. You go up to somebody disrespectful, they're not just going to be, unless they're just like an evolved, mature individual who don't give a damn what you say anyway. They might, interact with you. But for the most part, we all want to be, treated with basic decency and respect. But I'm not sure if the younger generation actually respects what the older generation has went through, because even with that dinner scene that we just watched, right? The son couldn't imagine waiting on people, couldn't imagine being a butler. But to be completely honest, shoot, at least his father wasn't doing hard manual labor. You know what I'm saying? He wore a tuxedo and glove. I'm not saying that like there should be something like, oh, I want to do that too, but it should be respected for sure. But that was a part of the disconnect, right? Because the son, was critical about he was more in tune with the politics of the time, having that fresh, like I said, that fresh spirit, that young blood in him, being, seeing injustices and things that they wanted to change, and he had the energy to do it. Unfortunately, he disrespected his parents and looked down on where they came from at the same time. So of course they were going to have some issues, with just communicating. You know what I'm saying? Because there wasn't any respect. This boy was in his father's house, eating his food. He was paying for him to go to college, and he wasn't even going to class because he figured, especially in those days, college is a scam and this, that, and the third. His father did a lot for him, and he disrespected the hell out of his dad. But hold on, let me let somebody up to the stage real quick. We got 187. Let's go. Welcome to the show.
I go ahead.
Hey, what's going on?
I'm good.
Good.
I, I wanted to chime in about the respect for the elders.
Okay.
That I find that an interesting concept because in my line of work, I work with a lot of old people who should know let's take away from the experiences of life, right? And let's look at it from a business perspective.
Okay.
The old people think they know more than the younger people coming in now.
Mm-hmm.
Reg- And if the younger person shows a higher level of competence than them, they feel threatened by that.
Hmm.
And in that instance, respect is something that is thrown out the door. They don't want to listen to you. Their way is the right way. They know what's best, and you should just shut up and take their word for it. I don't agree with that. That to me is disrespectful.
Mm. Okay. And okay. We'll go into that a little bit. Do you is it more of just how they're, I guess, trying to give you advice, or do you feel like the older generations kind of dismiss you or
It's
don't?
dismissive.
Okay.
It's very dismissive because,
Hmm.
for instance, I I do things a lot faster than other people, right? And not to
Hmm.
toot my own horn, but anybody that I work with, they can tell you that my work ethic is different. The level that I produce at is different, and the quality of my work is surpasses everyone on a higher standard.
Hmm.
When the older people, some old people who are humble, they will see that and they will express a feeling of pride, knowing that somebody is coming in the next generation when they leave that can do good levels of work. But you find that not everybody will have that perspective. Some people will see what you're doing and they want to control it. They want to tell you, no, don't do it that way, do it this way. Why are you doing it that way? Didn't I
Hmm.
tell you to do it this way? And even when you explain it to them, they still don't want to hear it.
Hmm. Hmm. All right. I could understand where you're coming from. I haven't really experienced that from like personally, but like my nephew, he's in his 30s and he works in like the service industry, with auto service industry, so when you need to get, your car repaired and things like that, right? So that's more of like a commission based environment. And
Mhm.
when he's coming in, you know, barely 30 years old and he's the top producer for the month, you know how much like shade he used to get from the older associates? You know what I mean?
Yep.
Just because
Yep.
he had that gift of gab, that hustle, you know what I'm saying? But he was young and they did not like it. He would tell me about it sometimes, just about how people would, some of the guys would make it difficult for him just to do his job, or just like slick little comments and stuff. And it's just like, I don't know why people don't think that they can learn things from other people. I mean,
Mm.
I've even heard people say things like, I mean, you can even learn something from a crackhead. I mean, I guess you could learn what not to do, but when it comes to the older and younger generations, it's like that aspect is not appreciated at all. You know what I mean? There's new methods of doing stuff all the time. Now, I have my kids are in junior high right now, and I swear to God,
Mhm.
even when it comes to math, they have new methods and new ways of doing stuff all the time. You know what I'm saying? Of how to show their work, or to get, to a certain, to get to the answer. And it's different from how we used to do it. So I sit down and I'm trying to help my child, and it's like they have to teach me, but I allow them to do that because it helps them. You know what I'm saying? Because
Mhm.
okay, when you can explain a certain concept or whatever to somebody else, that's when it's like you're on your way to almost mastery. You know what I'm saying? To a certain degree. So even with my
Yeah.
children, I it helps me, it helps to empower them by just like, okay, well, show me, you know what I'm saying? Teach me how to do it like this. You know what I'm saying? Because and that's where we have that mutual respect. You know what I'm saying? Um
So so let's
mhm,
look at that now, right? Let's
mhm,
apply that. For you to be with your child, right? And then
mhm,
you are humble enough to say, well, I don't understand this, but it looks like they they grasp the concept of it in class. So let me hear what they have to say.
Mm-hmm.
That is different from what I just explained,
Okay.
right? If
Mm-hmm.
people looked at things from that perspective, the young would teach the old and the old would teach the young. It would be
Mm-hmm.
a constant revolving cycle of evolution.
Right.
However, when the people who are going out are looking at the people who are coming in with, let us look at it from a state of envy and jealousy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are doing something that this young person, half your age, just coming in and doing, and he's doing it at your level, probably even a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna see that as competition. In that sense, it's like the savannah. You are looking at a lion coming in into your territory.
Okay. Okay.
I
But
think I
why?
think in yeah.
I'm just wondering still, why is it seen that way, even though, like, I don't know. They were, I mean, they were in a position to give us the information, to prepare us to be the people to who to be the next ones up, and to, like I said, to carry the ball. Why do you think that it's seen as competition? Hold on. You know what? Hold on. Let me not ask you that. Let me let somebody up to the stage first, and then I'll repeat the question so you can
Mhm.
answer. Okay? All right. Let's let Otis Who to the stage. Just go. Welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on? How are you? How are you?
Hey, I'm doing good. How about yourself? Happy
I'm all
Saturday.
right. I'm all right. Just listening to the panel. I'm getting some little housework done. Got some modelers. Can't even say the word. Some construction workers in the house doing some remodeling work. So I'm just on the porch. I was in my can't be in my studio now. So excuse the background
No,
and me
you
not
good.
being on the microphone.
No, I appreciate you. Thanks for being on camera. As I'm like,
Hmm.
I'm in my Zoom outfit today,
Right.
aka my pajamas.
I get it. Yeah.
All right, so I just had a question. I'm going to repeat it real quick, and then 187 you can answer, and then Otis you can chime in too.
Okay.
When it comes to, like I said, just be, I guess, encountering a younger person, why is it seen as, if the young person is trying to show their competency in one way or another, why is it seen as competition from the older generation? Does that make sense? 187.
Ask it again. Sorry.
Okay, because you were saying that a lot of times when you have competent younger people or whatever, and they try to, interact with older folks, they see it as competition. And I was wondering why it's seen as competition when it's like,
Because
mhm.
yeah.
No, I'm just saying,
Because
like,
I think
for me personally, I'm sorry. Like, if I was, if I'm raising my nieces and my nephews, I'm playing a role in their life, right? I've been in their life since they were born. And so I'm constantly dropping jewels, dropping gems and stuff. Why would it be seen as a negative thing for my nieces and nephews to actually pick up those jewels, you know what I mean, and be a little bit smarter, be a little bit more competent, you know what I'm saying, amongst their peers? Like, I wouldn't see that. I would see that as a compliment. I would see that as, oh damn, you was listening, you know what I'm saying, like you was paying attention. I wouldn't see it as something as, oh, you think you smart, you think you this, or you think you that. Like, I just don't understand the competition aspect.
the difference in the what your situation with your nieces and nephews and what I'm talking about
Hmm.
is the difference between the family and everyday life everywhere else. So, for instance, the reason why you would look at your nieces and nephews with a sense of pride is because, damn, I'm dropping jewels and they're picking it up. Look at that. You feel proud of them because it shows that they're growing. It
Hmm.
establishes growth. However, with somebody else now that didn't teach you none of this, and he just comes and see you doing it, right? And you're probably doing it better than him. I'm younger. I have a lot more energy.
Hmm.
I can overexert myself way more than you can. When you see me building 250 feet of wall in a day and you can only build 120, and by that end of the 120 you're tired. And the only reason why I stopped at 250 is because that's the end of the day and I have to leave site. You're gonna look at me side-eyed. And it's not even like I'm doing it to show you up. That's just how I move. I just do my thing extemporaneously. I'm not
Hmm.
watching you.
Hmm. See, that almost like puts it into like when I think about that, I'm always almost thinking about like a sports team, right? Everybody's got their
Mhm.
position, everybody's got their strengths and weaknesses. Like I don't know, like maybe it's just my personal disposition, but with based off the scenario that you just explained, I don't know. I would be that older person and be like, hell yeah, we got some fresh energy up on the team. We thought to get this shit done. You feel what I'm saying? To me, it's still not a competition thing, but I understand. Well, is it more of a guy thing?
But look at this though. You just explained the feeling that the coach is gonna have. The coach is pretty much the parent of that team.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone on that team is his kids. So there is still a relationship there. However,
Okay.
the players on the other hand, which are the siblings, is a different story. When a new sibling come in that none of the other siblings don't know, they have to get to know this person. And there's gonna be friction within that. But you're talking about teammates who are on pretty much the same level. They're within the same age range. It varies, but nobody is stronger than anybody else. They're pretty much on the same thing. They have the different purposes, but they still have to form somewhat of a relationship. When you come to two complete strangers now, you're not necessarily on a team. You're just there to do something, and this person is in your vicinity,
Mm,
witnessing what you are doing.
okay.
Then in Jamaica, we use a word called bad mind. Bad mind, grudgeful, and envious.
Mm,
Instead of looking at that person and saying, "Damn, he can fucking move. Who is this guy?
mm-hmm,
Let me introduce myself." That's not how people think.
mm. All right, Otis. Sorry to keep you waiting.
No, you're good. I'm just sitting back listening. I'm trying to let it all sink in. And shout out to 187. I don't know how old he is, but I can understand some of the things that he's saying. But for the most
I'm
part,
38.
38, okay. For the most part, I believe it all breaks down to the communication gap. And
Mm,
also, if you're older, and I don't like to make it personal because no one is the same. So I don't want to isolate it just to me. But for briefly, I'm 55. My patience is gone. I don't have patience anymore. I like to get straight to the point. So the younger generation, and I guess I was the same way when I was younger, I don't believe the younger generation, excuse this noise, I don't believe the younger generation has the patience also to respect what the older generation can offer them. And I've experienced that because they just young, and I get that because I used to be the same way. So what I do is, first of all, I know for a fact the younger generation is smarter than myself. Let's be real, they are. It's more technology, it's more all that, but the communication, and they're also more sensitive as well. Not only are
mm,
they smarter, they're more emotionally sensitive. So you have to be careful and cautious on how you speak to them because they will take it the negative way. They will. I've experienced that personally. You can't talk to them like you could talk to us when I was their age 20, 30 years ago. They're more sensitive. I don't mean that in a negative way. They just are. So with that being said, I like to just make my point and I fall back and I try my best to lead by example. And when one person come to me, a younger person come to me and talk to me, then I take that they really want to learn something from me. But let's not get it twisted. I learned a lot from the younger generation. I do, especially in this YouTube space. The technology, the way they move, the conversations, I pick up a lot and I utilize it. But it's hard for the younger generation to pick up from the older generation because, like I just stated, we're more stubborn, we're more stuck in our ways, we straight to the point, no nonsense for words, and we just say it. And I think it hurts the younger generation's feelings, and they put that wall up. But I land right there. Speaking of this build.
I don't think it's that you guys don't have patience. You just don't have patience for bullshit. Because you just said it just now. If someone comes to you, right? If you said
Mm-hmm.
something to them and they're coming to you to seek more knowledge, like they see the benefits of what you're saying and they want to
mm-hmm,
implement it into what they're doing, then yes, you will absolutely have patience for that because you see that this is somebody who genuinely is interested in the information that you have. However, when you're trying to talk to a younger person, and I can see two sides of the fence. When you're trying to talk to a younger person and they just like you're talking to them and they're not even looking at what you're showing them, you don't have no fucking patience for that shit. I don't got no patience for that shit. Man, I want to
Mhm.
look at you and tell you, get the fuck out of my face. Go build your fucking wall. Don't ask me shit. You see what I'm saying? But at the
Yeah, I
end of
do.
the day, if I see that you're willing and to learn
Mm-hmm.
from from the knowledge that I have, I will be patient with you. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now check this out, and I don't want to pass judgment on you. We're having a conversation. I love building. Based on
Yeah.
your age, 38, I'm trying to pinpoint you in a certain demographic. I would think, me personally, based on what you said, based on your work ethic, based on what you know how to do, based on how you carry yourself, I like your I don't want to say your ego, but I like it. I like what you're bringing. So I would love to have you on my quote unquote team. If I was on a site with you or whatever, me from the back, standing back 55, I'd be okay. He got something going. And if I see you doing something that I'm not used to and I know I can use it, I'm going to take it in a good way. That's going to be good. But if I know I could show you something as well, since I see your work ethic, I'm going to walk up to you and try to talk to you. Now, this is where the dynamic changes based on the attitude or based on the receptiveness of me coming up to you, which 9 times out of 10, in my experience, it's not perceived well. Then that's where I'm like, oh, okay, it's that age dynamic. They feel like they just got it in the bag and they don't need
But
my
this
assistance.
but Otis, this is the
Talk
thing
to me.
about that though, right?
Uh-huh.
I am the 1 out of the 10. I am
Okay.
not the 9 out of 10. I reciprocate energy.
Okay.
If I go onto a site and I see you as an elder working, doing your own thing, right? And I'm doing
Hmm.
my thing, and you come up to me respectfully and just point something out that I didn't think about, I say, yo, that was, thank you for that.
Hmm.
And I'd probably want to introduce myself and spark a conversation and then build some kind of a formal relationship in the workplace. Now, not everybody gonna want to do that. Some
I
people
agree.
gonna want to come to you and say, some people gonna want to say to you, hey, don't tell me how to do my fucking job. I know what the fuck I'm doing. Which I could definitely say that to you, but I am humble enough and patient enough, and I see that you're not coming at me from a malicious perspective, so I will be receptive of what you're saying.
Right. And it
Young
goes the other
people
way.
don't have that. Young people don't have that patience. Sorry,
And also,
sorry.
too, no, you're right. And also, too, and I would admit, too, that's why I love this conversation. Me talking or me having a conversation with a younger person, I can see how they could conceive that as me thinking, I know, I'm thinking I'm better than them. You're not my daddy. I could get all that because, like you said, like I said earlier, I'm no nonsense. I just get straight to the point. I don't have time for that. Let's just get this done. And let me show you what I think you should know. I don't mean it might come off crass, it might come out harsh, but I'm just going straight to the point. But from my experience, the younger generation doesn't perceive it that way. And I can respect that. So I have to learn myself to watch my tone, watch my delivery because who I'm dealing with. And that's harder on the on the person my age trying to do that, trying to hold himself back. But I have to get that communication gap taken care of. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It makes sense what you're saying.
Yeah, but like you
It is.
said, you're one of the 10. Majority of the young people that I've encountered are not like that. Not all. I'm not going to put a blanket statement on that. Some are very receptive to the conversations and the knowledge that I have. Let me just keep it real. Not to be braggadocious or whatnot. God had me on this earth for 55 years for a reason. So if I'm still here, whether it's wrong or bad, I can still show you something. I can show you what not to do.
Right.
Also too, and people hate when I say this, but it's the truth. And I had to learn this the hard way. Don't worry about my tone. Worry about the message. Accept the
Mm.
message. Yes, I might sound like a
No, 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 no,
jackass
no.
and all that. Accept the message. But I know it's
It's
hard to
not the
do that
it's
though.
but hold on, it's not the tone, The tone is not the tone of your voice or
Okay,
what you're saying.
talk to me.
It is the person who is saying it. Remember, don't
Mm,
shoot the
Yes.
messenger. Get the message.
mm. Okay,
You see what I say? So
okay,
it's like all right, let me flip it around now and put me in a place where I'm the young person and there's a older person who is the superintendent of the job. For jobs, you have a general contractor, right? He looks after all the other trades while they're doing the work. I do
right,
steel stud framing and drywall.
gotcha.
So I'm in a place. This guy's like 63. I'm in a place and I'm laying out my walls on the ground. And this guy, every 5 minutes, he comes up to me and he's like, "Hey, did you check that and make sure it's good?" And I said, "Yep." The first 3 times, I tried to be as patient and as calm as I can. The fourth time now, I start putting up the walls. But he is saying, "Hey, do you know how to screw the drywall to the studs? You know, you go this side first and instead of this side, right?" And I looked at him and I said, "Hey, Don, I know that, and honestly, I'm just trying to get my work done because me, I'm the type of person when I'm in the zone, I want nobody fucking with me. And I will be nice for the first couple of times." This guy kept on coming back to me. And then one point in time, I just stopped talking to him. I was just focused on what I was doing. And when I realized that he wouldn't just shut up and realize that I wasn't listening to him anymore, I would just walk away and not even say nothing. No, it got to a point where he was offended by that. Where me telling him that, "Hey man, I just want to do my work. I know, Don. Please, if you see me doing something wrong, that's the time to call it out. But I'm doing everything right now." This guy comes to me a sixth time, bro, with some bullshit. There's 5 garbage bins in the place, and I have shit in one garbage bin. The other 4 are empty. This man comes to me, "Hey, can you empty that bin? The other trades need to use it." I'm like, "Don, there's 4 other bins that are empty." "Yeah, I just need it emptied right now." So I said, "Hey, I need to finish this by 12. It's 10 o'clock right now. When I'm done this, I'll go empty it." Boom. He goes to my worker and starts fucking with my worker. And then he comes back to me again and say, "Hey, didn't I tell you to empty this fucking bin?" Yo, when you piss me off,
Yeah.
I no longer speak in this
Mhm.
type of way. I get full Jamaican. I look at that man and I say, "Yo, who the bomber clot you talk to, brethren? Come out to my pussy clot face. Yes, me I tried my bomber clot work." And the guy, like, he got shook, he got scared, and he just walked away. And then
Mm.
half an hour, his boss came in asking me, "Yo, you're not gonna talk to my guys like that." I'm like, "Yo, nobody's not gonna tell me every minute coming to interrupt me while I'm doing my work. I need my space to do my fucking work. You can't be in my motherfucking face all the time, man, with some irrelevant bullshit. I will not be subjugated to your fucking knowledge. I know it already. Fuck off." That's exactly how I communicated to the boss. Because at that point in time, I realized the type of work environment that I was in, and I was not about to subjugate myself to that type of behavior. So in that sense, that old man was wrong. That type of attitude by old people, sometimes you guys need to know when to push it and when to ease up.
Yeah.
Now, in that scenario, I definitely agree with you. To me, it sounded like either he was having a real bad day, he woke up on the wrong side of the bed, or he's just an asshole. So, again, you do have those.
He's
But
white.
within the whole conversation, what I heard was the dynamic was he came to you, you were trying to be respectable, acknowledge what he was saying, but still be respectable. And he didn't receive that. He wanted to keep pushing. And that's what the dynamic is. He has to realize when to back off as well. And that's why I will accept the responsibility for that being an older a gentleman. We have to realize that even though y'all are younger, you are still an adult. So you have to be cautious on how you approach someone. Easier said than done. Because again, I'm set in my ways. It might sound like I'm an asshole, but I'm not. I'm just stuck in my ways. But when a young man, like the way his tone would be, come back at me, instead of me taking it personally, listen. Okay, I can't come to him like that. Let me try another way. But again, easier said than done. But I'm glad this is a great conversation. But to me, that's a big discrepancy with the older and the younger generation. To me, it's so simple, it's complicated. It's just a lack of communication to me. That's the gap on our tone and how we just communicate with one another.
Right.
We want that authority. We both want to be, and it might be a man, Imano thing too. I'm a man. No, I'm a man. Okay, of course you're a man, but someone is trying to talk to you about something. Receive it. Again, easier said than done. I land.
All right.
But KRS,
Hold on. I'm sorry, just really quick because I haven't even welcomed H&M to the show, and I wanted to read this comment really quick because that's I had asked a question earlier, like what constitutes an elder? Is it an age thing only? Is it a mindset? Is it a combination of the two? And Soul says, I don't mind wisdom from older people who have actual knowledge, but I'm not going to assume because you're 70 you got wisdom or knowledge. Old people are dumb. Oh,
Facts.
old dumb people exist, which I totally agree. So,
Facts.
what do y'all think?
Yep.
What do y'all think constitutes an elder? Is it just the age aspect or a combination of mindset, experience, and age? Can a young
The
person
latter.
be an elder?
I think it's a
The
combination. Let me
latter.
say this. First of all, salute. First of all, salute to y'all on the panel. How y'all doing this Saturday morning?
Doing
Peace to you. Peace to
wonderful.
you. Grand Rising.
Shout out to LA Project, never out of pocket. Taking more shots than the Houston Rockets. How are you?
Hey, doing wonderful. Doing wonderful. so,
Yeah.
what do you think about this whole what we were talking about communication style?
Well, in my
Because
opinion, I'm sorry.
mhm,
In my opinion, there's a difference between elders and old kooks. Elders are the people who have knowledge, have wisdom, have experience to pass on to future generations. While the old kooks, on the other hand, like what the guy in the comment was just describing, just old dumbass people who think they know it all and are probably just jealous of future generations' success. That old man who's jealous of you because you got promoted on probably just an old kook who didn't put in the same work that you put in, and now he's mad at you. That's an old kook. Just a bunch of dumb old folks who think they know everything. It ain't just men, women too, because you know you got the elderly people out there that think they know it all, but they don't know a damn thing. So I understand that aspect. Just saying, but go ahead.
I would like to answer that. So the definition of an elder to me is once you can receive AARP or discounts for coffee at McDonald's, which is 55 or whatever. And that's, I'm not trying to be funny, but that's that. Also, too,
Wow.
I would like to say that you could learn from elder person who would be considered what the gentleman just said, a coop or whatever. You could learn that this older person who's trying to talk to me, who doesn't have his life together for whatever reason, he's whatever, you would learn not to do that. You would learn that since he doesn't have his life set up, he doesn't have life insurance, he didn't take care of his 401k, he doesn't have his life in order, you would know, okay, I don't want to live like that. I know that I need to have a bank account, have savings, have a 401k, have life insurance, because he didn't do that. And the way he's living, he's still asking people for money to help him. So I don't want to live like that. So you can learn not to do that. So you can learn for these elderlies who didn't save like they supposed to, or who didn't do what they were supposed to. Sit down, because that's how I learned growing up. Okay, I don't want to be like him. I don't. He's still sitting on the porch. He's still drinking that beer. He's still living in the days when he used to play basketball and used to dunk. Dude, you 55 years old. You're not doing none of that shit no more. So I know what not to do. I know when I get a job or career, I know I need to keep it. I know I need to keep my 401 together. So you can learn from that situation. But I get what you're saying, though. I land.
Okay, so in other words, you learn from the mistakes of others as well as your own mistakes. Makes sense to me.
Exactly.
hell
Yes.
yeah.
Yes. Yes. For
That's
real.
wise.
And that's how, and
What they
again, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, do as I say, not as I do, or as I did. Yeah.
Thank you. And people hate, and young people hate, matter of fact, it ain't just young. A lot of people hate that statement, but it's the truth. It's the truth, especially if you take away the messenger who's saying it, because it's so true. Do as I say, not as I do. If I'm telling you don't invest in there or don't do that because what I did and look how I turned out, some young people will be like, man, I'm not tripping off you, but I'm telling you not to do it. Look how I turned out. Don't do that, man. Don't do that. I'm gonna do it anyway.
But they're not
Okay,
there. But
that's
Otis, you know what? Though? You know what about that though? They're not looking at your experience that you're telling them about. They're looking at you as the person and your results. You see,
Right.
they don't realize that what you're telling them is the
from my
opposite
experience.
from the
Yeah.
results that you have. You see,
Right.
you're based on your experience, you already fucked around and found out. You're trying to tell them what you found out, not how you fucked around. They're looking at how you fucked around. And they're saying, you know, I don't want to fuck around like that. So the advice is null and void. They don't have no foresight.
Can I
That's what
give
I
you
was.
okay, go ahead, LA. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was definitely agreeing with a lot of what was being said. You know what I'm saying? I was wondering, because one thing that I kind of I noticed is like, yeah, you can tell me what not to do, but at the same time, Otis, it's not really like it's not conveyed in the way that you just said it, where it was like, I fucked up, look at me. Like they be like, no, this is what you need to do, and they never really
Right.
bring up or explain their missteps or their mistakes.
That is
They
true
they,
too.
they skip over that part and they go straight to the end result. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Like,
true.
which could be great advice because it did work for you. However, telling that origin story, be like, you know what, I used to be just like you. You know what I'm saying? Or I had addiction problems. I had to kick this. I had to, a lot of older people don't even express or admit that. They just go straight
But
to the advice point.
But
But
you
you know
know
what
why
though? I
that is
believe they
though?
assume
You
that.
know,
Okay.
oh, you know why that is though, Otis and LA? That is because the person who is telling the story he has a lack of humility. He
Mm,
cannot bring himself he cannot bring himself to exposing himself at his most vulnerable moments, because the
right.
experience that you're giving that person is probably coming from a vulnerable moment where you had to do some shit, and then in retrospect you're thinking about it and saying to yourself, I didn't have to do that. But the origin is very important, because when
Mhm.
you share that with a young person, you're putting you're making yourself vulnerable, and there is things that you can do to the story to still express vulnerability without being 100% vulnerable enough that they can grasp the concept of what you're saying. People don't do that.
Right.
People will talk about it from a high standpoint, saying that you need to do this, don't do that, why the fuck you doing that, without explaining all of the nuance of what you
Hmm.
went through with your personal self.
Okay.
Mhm.
A slight, what I want to call this pushback, but let me just make this statement. But I try my best to do what I just said. I try to let them know I've been through that. But for the most part, a lot of people, I could agree with what you're saying, but I'm going to say this. Would one assume that if I'm telling you or trying to talk to you on what not to do or what to do, I would assume that you would think that I've been through that once before, instead of me just stating that fact. But I could, but I can expect why. But I could understand why one wouldn't expect that, assume that. But if I'm telling you, hey man, don't do that.
When you make an assumption, when
I
you
know what
make
they
an
say. You make an
assumption,
ass out of
you're
me.
only
I
making
know.
an ass of
I
yourself.
know. I heard this. Been there. I
No,
get you. But we just having a conversation. We just having
I've
a
heard that
conversation. But
before.
that's
Yep.
why. Yeah. But that's why that communication gap is key. You have to say it. Like I said, I try my best to let them know. Once I tell them what to do or what not to do, I tell them why based on my experience. I try to. For the most part, I do. But sometimes I might leave that part out. So I'm glad you said that, because if you don't say
I
that,
want to
they
challenge
will
you.
assume. What's up?
I want to challenge you on something. The next time you are faced with a situation like what we're talking about now,
Mhm.
make yourself somewhat vulnerable and convey the story first before you give the message.
I'm gonna tell you something. But
Because
I know you don't know me like that, but trust me, that's my biggest issue. I share too much. That's what got me in trouble a year ago in this space. Me sharing too much, trying to let people what not to do, and they ran with that and labeled me something I'm not going to get into. But so I'm I'm an oversharer, so much of the fact that it could get me in trouble, and it shouldn't be that way,
who
because
get
I'm trying
who?
to.
But can I ask you a question about that?
What's up?
Yeah,
Can I ask you a
yeah,
question about
when they
that?
said, you go ahead and I'm gonna go after you because I got a thought. I got something to say to
Okay,
Otis too about that.
just a simple question.
Mhm.
If you are being genuine with what you're saying and somebody take that and twist it to create a narrative, why do you give a fuck?
Great question. Um, okay, again, finna be vulnerable.
Mhm.
Wow, and it is Black. I mean, it's Men's Mental Health Awareness Month.
Yep.
I try not to. I try not to, but I'm human,
Hmm.
Right.
and I'm not gonna lie. I'm a veteran. I got PSTD, PPSTD, and I do suffer from depression. I'm not gonna lie. I do. I'm not afraid to admit that. So when I'm vulnerable, when I want to talk, I have to release it, because if I don't release it, God forgive me, I don't know what's going to happen. So I got to talk, let that shit out. My mistake was being in this space, letting that shit out. You got people that you don't know who say stuff, don't receive it well, want to take the narrative and run with it. And thank God I
Why you
have a
give?
good. Go ahead, go ahead. But
Why
let me
you give
finish
a
this though.
fuck about? Why?
Let me finish this. Let me land real quick. Thank God I have strong supportive people around me, because if I didn't, that negative shit, which deals with depression, will eat me alive. It will break a
Yeah.
grown man down. And you're hearing it from a grown man who I believe is strong, take care of my family, all that. But I'm fallible. I'm being real. So somebody could take what I just said right now, which I know they are, but I don't care at this point. They could take what I'm saying right now, call me weak. You ain't a man. You this, you that, or he just putting on the front. But I'm telling you, this is real. But right now, I don't care about it. But who knows what state of mind I'm going to be in 2 weeks from now when I go through my little depression stage. Just thank God for my wife. So that's why. That's why. Hopefully that answered your question.
Yeah, I wanted to say something on that because I did. I was listening a couple days ago when y'all did y'all stream. You know, for the Wednesday. I know that's usually the ladies' night, but it was for the fellas this time, and I really appreciate what you shared, actually, Otis. And I said that on my last show. I kind of fall into the same thing, you know what I mean, where I share a lot. You know, I've talked about, you know, my children being biracial and just that whole situation. I talked about, you know what I'm saying, losing my parent when my dad when I was young. I talked about a lot of different things, and to me it's like I said, I appreciated what you shared because sometimes you just never know what somebody's going through because they handle it well, they carry it well, but on the inside or behind the scenes, they're suffering. And nobody should have to suffer by themselves. You know what I'm saying? Holding things in does make it very toxic. It's very destructive to your spirit, to your psyche, just being, and nobody has to solve your problems. It's just about getting that energy out. You know what I'm
Thank
saying?
you.
It's
Thank
about
you for
getting it
saying that.
off.
Yes. Thank you
Yeah.
for saying that.
But
Yeah,
Don't
no
stop.
but you
problem.
know,
Yeah, it's
but if
we kind of uh-oh, I guess he'll be back. We kind of get caught up in that too because it's like, you know, women, we like to express ourselves to our mate, right? But we're not, and some guys are just like, well, I don't know what to do with that. Just listen. I don't need you to fix nothing. You know what I'm saying? I just need you to be here so I can get this off my chest. So I'm not just rolling these same thoughts around in my head and confusing myself and you know what I'm saying? And tricking myself out of whatever, you know, I really need to be doing. So like I said, I get it. But at the same some people, and I know what you're talking about, Otis, so don't even worry about it. Yeah, they will run with that because they weren't trying to listen to you anyway. They weren't trying to
but
listen.
that part.
this is the
But but
this
as
is
long as you are okay with whatever, you've processed it, you do something. Hey, that's why I'm just like, ain't no problem with oversharing certain things because you cool with it. It's like almost like saying the sky is blue. You know what I'm saying? You're that okay with whatever that you're sharing, and you'd be amazed about the feedback that you would get or the response that you could get from other people because a lot of people are suffering from the same things. So I appreciate what you said. I understand, and it's very risky. I know 187 you say, why do you give a fuck? Because it's annoying sometimes and it's hurtful. It's hurtful. You know what I'm saying?
you
Because
know
like I
what?
didn't tell you shit. You know what I'm saying? I didn't have to tell you nothing. I could have kept this for me and mine, and I'm sharing it with strangers in order to reach to at least connect with you, you know, because we're talking about connection, communication, and all that stuff. But we admit and we acknowledge the fact that everybody is not going to be receptive to what we say. But as long as we're okay with it, it don't matter. It shouldn't.
I I do I do Muay Thai, right?
Okay.
And a lot of the time I like to fight people that are bigger than me, people who are more muscular,
Your ass
because
crazy.
in my head
Shouts out to Taylor
it is
Bell.
not it's not all about strength. It's about technique, and
Hmm.
speed has a factor in there too, right? I don't
Yes.
Hmm.
always win. I get bruised up a lot, but I don't give him a chance to say, "Oh shit, that was an easy fight," right? I
Hmm.
Mhm.
give you an example. I don't know. I know you guys watch DJ Witch Doctor show sometime. Me and when name
Every show.
the
Hmm.
Yeah, we all know
Dominican
that.
boy. Yeah, right. The Dominican person. He wanted to come and talk about a story that I shared. Now I shared that story, and added a little weird part. I added that for a specific reason. I'm not going to go into it right now. But ever since I told that story years ago, only men and some women too will come and bring it up, right? And I always think that it is something that they can use to shut me up or to make me
Mhm.
quiet or to throw some fire, to throw some water on my fire. But they don't realize that the water that they are throwing is actually gasoline. And
Hey.
when you throw gasoline on a fire, it gonna
Hey.
get bigger, right?
Yep.
So what
Yep.
happened the other day now? Batman Complex 7, right? He
Mm.
wanted to come and check me in a way where I was just gonna shut up. And DJ Witch Doctor was trying to save me and said, no, 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 let's just move on. And I said, no, make it happen. Because here what now? You think you gonna take something that I voluntarily shared, right? As a means of conversation to interact with people, and you want to use that to subjugate me to your fuckery? Let's play. By the end of that, everybody understood that he was a Batman. Every single person, even other people start calling him Batman. I guarantee you, if I show up again, he is very discouraged from attacking me in that way again. I don't tolerate disrespect, Bridget. You see, especially when I am having a genuine conversation with you and I am sharing my experiences.
Mhm.
Bridget, you have to show me some respect. You can run a little joke, but once it starts to cross the border of being disrespectful, now, Bridget, that is gas. And you
Yeah.
can burn yourself.
Well, you know,
I agree with you
everybody's
there.
not like they're not mature. You know what I'm saying? Some people are just like, I don't, they're grown class clowns. You know what I mean? Like they just saying whatever, you know, and they're very insensitive because of their own insecurities. Everybody's been through something. You know what I'm saying? Everybody is lacking something. And to be completely, you should be extremely proud of yourself for, because that's a form of liberation. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Yes.
said, it's really coming to okay, this is what happened, this is what I had to overcome, but guess what, I'm this much more like fortified and ready for life. You know what I'm saying? Because of those things, because of those, they're exercises, it's not punishment. You know what I'm saying? That's just how I see different happenings in your life, you know. And some people are not comfortable with their, you know what I'm saying, with their mistakes. Trust me, I know what you're talking about. I had two streams made about me. I'm talking about the same person. Talk digging into my Facebook
Batman.
and all kinds of stuff, put it behind a paywall. I'm
So,
just like, nigga, okay. Again,
LA.
but that was too
You see anybody?
it was to
Hmm?
humble me, which I'm just like, damn, because I'm confident and I'm mature and I've come to terms with my life, I need to be humbled. I thought that was the definition of humble, but
Wow.
maybe I'm
What
mistaken.
is a what kind of man gonna seriously pick an argument with a woman? Which man? What kind of man? That
Hey.
is not a man.
A
That is a
Batman.
boy. That is a yo.
A,
Let
a
me
body
take.
man.
Let me even
Whatever that
take a
is.
stretch.
I,
Batty boy. Let me take a stretch and say that he's a batty boy. You don't have no decency. You don't have no self-respect. You don't have no integrity. You need to go find them three things and become a man. Zine, pull up your big boy pants and leave the fucking kid britches. Only bitches do shit like that. And if him come up here right now, I will say it to him fucking face because I don't hide and talk. Batman Complex 7, that is bitch activity. A lot, I don't even watch a lot of the shows. Sometimes I just come on here and see people live and listen to what they're talking about and I'll chime in. Because honestly, with my radical mindset, I don't have no time for no fuckery. And I don't even want to put myself in the situation where I have to be that type of person. But trust and believe, if you come to me with it, you're gonna get it.
yeah, hold on just 1 second. Let me let somebody up to the stage and then we can definitely continue the conversation.
I'll be
Let's
right
let
back.
up. Okay, no problem. Let's let up Black Man is Fair. Welcome to the show.
Hey, good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hey, how you doing? Happy Saturday.
I'm good. Happy Saturday to you as well.
Thank
Peace to you,
you.
brother.
Peace,
So
peace.
you've been listening to the conversation with the gap between the young and the old.
Yeah, I just came in. I see the title. And yeah, we definitely have generation gaps. I think elders are people who know right from wrong. They don't give you any play. in any of that. Like they just get right to the point, like the brother was saying. And I think maturity goes along with that. An elder, what it means to be old, what it means to be wise, what it means to be knowledgeable, is like is to stay in a realm of where you don't have any cut, you don't have any flim flam, you don't have any trickery. It's just straight like this. This is, you know what I'm saying, point A to point B, and there ain't nothing else on it. And I think those are some of the signs of maturity and being an elder, is when there ain't no games.
Yeah, when there's no games. So what? Okay, but we were just kind of saying at the same time that you can be as genuine as you want to be, and it's still not be received or whatever. Is that something that bothers you? Like if your information or your advice isn't taken, does that bother you at all?
If my information yes, because I tend to be genuine and I'm saying things for a reason. So if it's taken lightly or mocked or disrespected or played with, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna take offense to it or feel away. And I think that's just natural. So, but I think it's all in what people are trying to get out of something. I like the truth. I love the truth. I don't care how it comes, who it comes from, or you know what I mean. I'm in love with it. So
Right.
I would tend to stay in areas where I could see those things are presented. You know what I
Okay.
mean? So yeah,
Yeah, but
I think it's what people want to get out of something. I mean, I'm trying to help and guide or be an elder. You know what I mean? You would want something to somebody to receive that. It's just like coaching or managing, you know what I mean? And knowing people's talents and knowing where to place them at. And if somebody say, nah, I don't go here, I wouldn't be, you know what I'm saying? Instead of
mhm,
argument, it's more of trying to get, for things to go right and for everybody to get something out of it. And so I think it's what people want out of things is how they perceive things.
hmm. And do you find that, I guess, the younger people that you have conversations with, do they receive you well in terms of
Um,
what you have to offer with advice and stuff? Hey Mo.
um, Kind of yes and no, because I know what it is to be young too. And the way I gravitate to knowledge, like a lot of people just be talking stuff, like, and they be talking from their own personal, you know what I
Hmm.
mean? Like, you know what I mean? I could decipher, you know what I mean? And like, I gravitate, when I was young, I gravitate to realness, you know what I mean? And I could tell when somebody's being real, and you know what I'm saying, I would gravitate to that. So if people don't gravitate to it, it's not for them. It's not for them at their time. You know what I mean? I'm not getting mad at the young person. They got other things on their mind. I had other things on their mind. It's not for me right now. You know what I
Right,
mean? For those who have an ear for it, will listen.
right. No, I totally
Most
understand. And
definitely.
Otis, can you just 1 second? I just want to take a pause for the cause real quick. I want to thank Taylor Bell for your cash app. Appreciate you, brother. Let's go ahead and thank you really quick, and then we'll let Otis. You got it after that.
Uh-huh. We humble as a bumble in the middle of the jungle. We got problems and we fumble and we stumble, but we don't grumble. All we do is hustle. And you the reason that we on our way up. You the reason. 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 You the reason.
Thank you so much. All right, Otis, you got it.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't really have anything. I was just going to piggyback off what the gentleman said. I mean, I was just agreeing with him. I concur with everything he said. I couldn't have said it any better. I mean, I concur with him. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. We also were kind of like talking about I guess the communication styles. Black Man is Fair. Do you think that delivery matters when it comes to like trying to connect with the younger generation? Because I mean, in my opinion, I mean, people are visual, you know what I'm saying, in general. So it's like if they can't see your success, if they can't see it on you sometimes just off of face value, they don't respect what you're offering in terms of your words. So do you think that how you deliver the message matters with younger people, or you just like, hey, I gave it to you, take it or leave it?
That's a great question. Thank you. No, I totally think delivery matters all throughout life and everything. You know what I mean? Delivery is everything, even in rhyming and rapping.
Hmm.
How somebody delivers something to you is how you swallow it. So you have to know how somebody swallows, how they ingest, how what they, you know what I'm saying, to know the right delivery to get across to them. Because you can say things and just do it, but it's not effective. If you want to be effective, then you want to come with the right delivery so that you can get that aha moment. I get what you're saying. I understand, because that's what you want from people is, do you understand me? You know what I mean? Do we
Right.
have an understanding? So yes, delivery is the most important thing, and I think an elder, and I think people who are smart and intelligent look for different ways and deliveries to give to you. I don't just have one way for you. I got your medicine. I got your way. I'm gonna get
Right.
across to you. I got you. So
Hmm.
I
Right.
think delivery, to answer your question, I think delivery is everything.
Okay.
100%. I've experienced, and it sticks in my mind so strong. This happened like 2 years ago, and it still bothers me to this day. It was a young man. He had to be in his mid-20s. We were having a conversation. He got verbally aggressive first. I'm not making this up. So and I admit it, I shouldn't have did this. I met his verbal aggression with more verbal aggression.
Mm.
I
Okay.
did. And when I did it, then that's when I realized, and please, young people, don't take this the wrong way. That's when I realized, even though he was barking, he wasn't ready for this bite. He broke down. He broke down in tears. And I saw, no, he broke, but it was tears out of anger. You know, when somebody gets so
Okay.
mad, they want to cry and they want to do something. I saw him. He was just, I said, oh
Yep.
shit, I went a little
I've
bit too
had those
hard.
moments.
You see what I'm saying? So as an elder, as a mature man, I realized I effed up. I shouldn't have met him with that aggression.
Mm-hmm.
I should have took a step back and met him with the adultness that I know I had to ease that situation. So what, he was being disrespectful to me at first. Come another way. So I learned from that 2 years ago, and to this day, it still bothers me. But I see it on a regular occurrence. This younger generation, and please don't take this the wrong way, but we got to work on it. They do not have this emotional strength to take it. They're too sensitive. They are. And so I have to learn how to just be cautious with my words. Not everyone, but the majority, be cautious with my words. Not try to do as I say, not as I'm my fault. Do as I say, not as I do. Cause be careful. These young people, like you said, they don't like that. You got to show them something.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to beware on how you deal with certain situations. Each one is a case-by-case situation. I'm not going to put a blanket statement on it, but I do agree with what the gentleman was saying. You have to be cautious. You have to be aware of how you present yourself, your tone, and all that. You have to.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just, like I
Yeah,
said, just trying to.
sometimes it ain't.
Go ahead, H&M.
Yeah, sometimes it ain't what you say, but how you say it. Yep, that's essentially how that goes. How you say
Yep.
something is important as what you're saying it.
Yep.
But
You said that earlier.
okay, so then I have a follow-up question, Otis. So you, on one hand, you say that you're too sensitive, but at the same time, you're being considerate of your tone and your delivery. So what is the difference when you say too sensitive? What do you mean? Kind of like what you said when you were when you reciprocated and you barked and that he didn't know what to do and he broke down. Is that what you
Yeah.
mean by sensitive?
Yes. And again, I have to realize I was young too at one point in time. So it's how, I guess, the other individual. Matter of fact, let me stop rambling. To me, I'm breaking it all down. To me, it's lack of a father being in the household or in his life, whether it's uncles or whatever. And I'm going to say that because I can honestly say my father wasn't in my life, but I had uncles. And not that they really sat down and talked to me. One of them did, but I watched them and I followed them by example. I knew what not to do based on what they were doing. All my uncle's first marriages failed. So I knew I don't want to do that. I knew certain things based on hanging around my uncles. So with that being said, if I'm talking to a young man and I'm trying to let them know what I've experienced, what I've gone through, or we have a confrontation, the first thing they want to do is hop up, get mad, get the talking reckless, disrespectful, so much of the fact that they really want to fight. So do you really want to fight at my age? No. So I realized I was too strong. Let me watch my words, because I know if I was talking to, for example, not to put words in, or I hope I'm saying this right, if I was talking to Manosphere or 187 and we have the same tone based on how 187 is talking, it wouldn't go that far. We're just two grown men raising a voice. We having a conversation. I know when to back off because I'm a grown man. Hopefully 187 knows to back off because he's a grown man. Mm-hmm. But the dynamic is different when you're talking to a younger and an elder dynamic, because for some reason, they both are in fault. They both want to be superior. The elder wants his respect, and the young guy, well, I respect you, but I know something too. I'm grown. And there is no common ground there. You follow what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. And it's perfect, because I was going to ask this question next. Is questioning authority disrespect or seen as intelligence? Because, like right now, like, especially like with the younger people in my life and stuff like that, I tell them ain't no such thing as a dumb question. If you need more,
I don't believe it.
You ask. Well, there can be redundant questions. I don't think that they're dumb. They can be sarcastic. You know what I mean? But I guess so. H&M. I'm gonna let you have that. But
what's that first question you asked though? What's the first question you asked? The first one prior to that.
What, in terms of older people? Like, what do I ask?
Yeah. For you said, is it disrespectful
or intelligence?
Yeah,
or intelligence. So it's like, some people like if they're told, or a step-by-step thing, like my parents used to tell me step by step, okay, I need you to do this, because they really wanted me to learn how to do steps in order, do things the correct way, this, that, and the third. But if, like I said, well, why we do it in this way?
Gotcha. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Okay. I got you.
Or intelligence, because I'm trying to get more clarification so it sticks better and it helps me remember. You know what I'm saying? Like,
gotcha.
Yeah. So I was in that. Do you think that when younger people question authority, do you see that as disrespect or intelligence? Just overall, I know tone and all that stuff matters, but just overall, what do you think?
Who going first? I want to go. Who going first?
Let me say this real quick.
Go ahead.
All right.
I'll go. Because, well, I don't know about the rest of you gentlemen in LA, but I was always told growing up that when it comes to, certain aspects of life, whether it be working at a job or in a police force or military, everyone has their own way of doing things, but sometimes you got to show some respect and do things as they are set according to the protocols. Even if you think your way is better or won't work, you still got to do what the higher ups tell you. Now, as far as questioning authority is concerned, I look at it like, well, if you got a question on how something should go because it's not clear, that's one thing. But to just throw their protocols out the window and do your own thing, that's, to me, disrespect. And that's something I notice when I go to work sometimes. They're supposed to do whatever the hell they want to do. That's not within the protocols of how management or the higher ups set something else. So there's a difference between questioning authority and just simply doing whatever the hell you think is best. The latter will get you into a whole lot of trouble. Just saying, but go ahead.
Okay, let me answer this way. That's a great question, because it relates to life, not just the elderly man and the younger man. But with that being said,
beyond that,
there's a difference between asking a question and questioning me.
Okay, break it down.
Now that's deep, man. That's deep right there.
Yeah, and my wife, and because that's why I said it ain't nothing to do with the young and the old. It goes with you and your relationship with your wife or whatever. You could ask me a question. Of course, ask me a question, but don't question me. Example, and I hope I give a good example. if I say to my wife, let's come downstairs. Come downstairs, get the dog. Let's go. If she say, why? What's going on? What's going on? Don't question me. I'm the husband. I got your best interest. Let's go. Come on. We'll talk about it later.
Okay.
Versus if I'm doing something and I'm working on something and a young man come up and say, hey, I have a question for you. How do you do this right there? Or I don't understand something. Can you? Okay, that's fine. But question me is, I see you putting down that piece of tile. Why you doing it like that? I was taught that you don't do it like that. You do it like this. I don't understand why you doing it. Okay, why the hell you questioning me? That's the difference. Now, as an adult and as a mature person, the question is a genuine question. It was just his tone and how he asked it. Did he mean any harm? So my mature level will be like, he didn't mean no harm. So let me answer it and try to correct him at the same time and teach him, hey, bro, the way you came to me, it was kind of, but I understand what you meant. Let me show you why I'm doing it this way. Did that make sense what I just said?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, it made sense.
Yeah, it makes plenty of sense.
But it's still at
It's
the
the
same
same
time,
thing
like,
in the military.
but when I was thinking, well, you took the example with the towel, right? What if they had like an uncle or a father, you know what I'm saying, that actually did show them a different method, and now that they're on the job, they're just sharing with you how they were taught, and not you would still see that as questions, like, okay, I get what you're saying, or maybe they just like, okay, well, why do you do it this way? Because like my pops always, I grew up, helping him and this, that, and the third, and he always taught me to do it like this.
Great question.
Would you still
Communication.
see this? Okay.
Communication. That's why I said that communication gap. Because as a mature man, before I was mature, I took it as being that was a disrespected question. You questioning me. But now that I know better, even though it may perceive on the surface, he's questioning me, he really isn't. Like you said, maybe he, like you said, his uncle or whatever taught him something and he know that way. Now he just questioning, I was taught this way. It didn't come out that way, but that's what he meant. I will find that out later once we have a conversation. Now, do the average person break it down like that? No. And that's why we're talking now. But it should go that way. It should. It's easier said than done, though. But it should. Don't get offended. Ask the question. Now, if they still don't get it, then there might be some disrespect there. But that's a whole nother conversation. But before you jump to that conclusion, maybe it's just that communication gap. Maybe it's that age gap. Maybe it's just how he talk. Find out.
Right.
Find out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's the same thing and it's the same thing in the military. When I was in the military, we were told never question the higher ups. The sergeant, staff. Well, you've been in the military, the rank sergeant, staff sergeant, first class, first sergeant, master sergeant, then first sergeant. We were told, do not question the higher ranks when they give you an order. However, if you have a question as far as how something should go, they'll give you a chance to express yourself. Like questions, comments, concerns. We're going on a 3-day mission. This is what's going to go down. Any comments, any questions, any concerns or worries? There's a difference there from what I understand anyway, but that's all I mean. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to know really fast, just from and appreciate your service, all the servicemen and women out there. But was it more of like the institution or like of the armed forces that just as soon as you got to basic training or whatever, you just like, okay, I gotta shut up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I gotta do this, I gotta do that. Was it something that you would just like you respected in terms of, I'm not sure if you were the army or but whatever branch that you served, what made you kind of immediately fall in line? Like from day one? Because these are people because these are people that you don't know, but they're presenting themselves, like I said, with the uniform. They might have their ranking is showing something on their uniform. Like, what made you fall in line in terms of like just being able to receive direction, information, stuff like that? H&M. Does that question make sense?
It does. Is H&M there? Are you there, H&M?
I'm here. I stepped away, but what happened? I stepped away for a while, my man.
Damn. That whole question was for you.
I heard the question, and I am a fellow veteran, so I answered that question.
Oh, yeah, you did say that. Thank you.
Thank you for your service. One vet to another. Shout out to you for your service.
Appreciate it. I was in the first Desert Storm War. I was in the air when it went from Desert Storm. When it went from Desert Shield to Desert Storm. But with that being said, to answer your question, majority of us go into the service already knowing what it's going to be like. We already know there's going to be a chain of command. There's going to be a strong sense of disciplinarian actions and being told what to do within your first 8 to 12 weeks based on what service you're in. We already know in our mind we're going to have to, hear that word go, submit to the program. You already know going in there. The drill sergeant told you, your uncle or your aunt or whoever who was in the service prior to you and your family told you. So you went in knowing that first 6 to 12 weeks, you better humble yourself. Now,
Mm.
within my class of graduation, there were a few knuckleheads who, for some reason, that didn't get the memo. They didn't want to what's the word I just said? They didn't want to relinquish the authority and let someone tell them what to do. They didn't want to submit, and their ass got kicked out with an honorable discharge, and they was forced to stay there on purpose and watch us graduate when they should have just
Mm.
accepted the program and they would have walked off with us. But some people don't get the message, or some people don't understand the program, as they say, to answer your question. But the majority of us know the program. We know that our mind, when we get on that little bus or that little kettle bus, for those who went through basic training, that we know before we got on there, before we took that last
Yep.
hit of that cigarette, we about to give up our lives for the next 12 weeks. Do you really want this? Deal with it, to answer your question.
You're
Okay.
damn right. Trust
That
me.
makes sense.
Now trust me, it's been I'm sorry to cut y'all. It's been damn near 12 years since I was, well, 2011, 2012, I joined the military. That's how long it's been since I enlisted in the service. 2012 at 27 years old. So you ain't lying, sir. Everything
Mhm.
you say is facts because I went through the same shit when I was in basic training. But I knew
Doesn't
what I
change
was
it.
doing.
Yeah.
I'm no stranger to discipline. My mama didn't raise me to be no damn fool. I just act like a fool, but she didn't raise no fool.
Right. That part.
So I
Right.
already knew.
Right.
So yeah, I already understood the concept of discipline, and plus I was already physically in shape, doing martial arts and a little bit of MMA, played sports. I was no stranger to getting smoked, waking up early in the morning, getting smoked by the drill instructors. I was no stranger to that. I was already in shape, so I feel bad for the mofos who go into this mug not knowing what they get themselves into, but they know, or they know, but then
Exactly.
get a wake up
Their mind
call.
just
It's
wasn't
like,
ready for it. Exactly.
yeah,
I agree with
my
you. Again,
man,
I
my
concur.
man was damn near ready for it. Now. Did it catch me off guard? Yes, it did. I imagine somebody fussing and cussing in your face every 5 seconds. That shit, it more pissed me off than it did, scare me.
Yeah, that's
Because a
all
part
I
of me be
could
thinking, who
imagine.
the fuck you talking to? I would knock your. Oh, no, I'm sorry. You're an NCO.
That
I'm from
part. Right.
Chicago. We don't play that bullshit. But when you're in the military, you gotta do things differently. That's what I had to understand. So I get it.
Yeah, I have a lot of uncles that are military. It's like my mom's baby brother. He served at Desert Storm. He came and he lived with us after he got came back home. You know, went to college, got back on his feet or whatever. That's one of my favorite uncles. But yeah, I always just wondered. So it's like it seems like it's more about like um the source. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, considering the source, where the direction and the advice is coming from. If it's a like I said, an institution like the services, that makes sense to me. It's still kind of funny that some people just I don't know what they thought it was gonna be. If you saying they got dishonorably discharged, I'm just like, bruh, like all I could imagine is people standing an inch away from my face, spitting and everything, cussing at me. I was like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. But it's still surprising that some people didn't. I guess they didn't expect that. That's a little weird. But Manosphere, you still here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to skip you. Did you want to give your take on the question? Is questioning authority seen as disrespect or intelligence?
I think everybody has to submit to authority. I mean, we're not, nobody's here by themselves. Somebody can always put their hands on you or always check you at some point in time. I think we have to self-check ourselves. Um, but we have to respect authority. That's how I feel about authority.
Okay. All right, but if you have a question, if there's something that you don't understand, do you think that asking that question is seen as being disrespectful or being intelligent just because you're just trying to find more clarification?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I think we all know if somebody's trying to ask a question, they don't know something, they're trying to gain some knowledge and information, and they're coming to you because they think that you can give it to them. I mean, asking a question is smart. And it's you're humbling yourself, you know what I mean, to so that somebody can give you the answer. You want to present that the question in a way so that you can get the answer back in a way.
Well, you definitely seem like you are definitely an elder. I'm gonna put you in that category already because the combination of maturity and age to me is what contributes to it. And it seems like your perspective is you've got the patience and the understanding towards the younger generations, which I think is what's missing the most. You know what I mean? Because,
Yes.
everybody, there's certain things that I've had to do by myself and I'm very confident in, even when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you can't tell me how to
Mhm.
do this. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
especially if it was something creative. You know what I mean? If I was writing, singing, public, like, like I got this. Like, you can't tell me. You know what I'm saying? But like at the same
Right.
time, it's we have well, I've always known that, of course, you can learn so much from older generations. I was kind of forced, like I said, to spend time with my grandparents and during the summertime and go to go what we call homecoming. My grandmother, she from outside of Athens, Georgia, so they still live out in trailers and have outhouses, and we go to the little church. And it looks like the color purple and everything. So like, it's funny how like I guess like we can both young and old, we got so much to offer. We just don't recognize or realize it. Now we've been kind of focusing on like outside people and stuff like that. Have y'all ever or have you experienced any type of generational gap within your own household, like with your children or with your own parents?
Have we?
Any
Can you
type of
repeat that again? Have we experienced what now?
like I said, the disconnect between the generations, like within your own household. Because right now we're talking about, coworkers and people that we kind of experience and interact with like on the outside world. But let's talk about our homes because I'm not sure if you guys were watching earlier, but I shared a couple of clips from The Butler, and one of the clips that I shared was the scene at the dinner table, when his son was a part of the Black Panther Party, brought his girlfriend over with the big afro and the slinky, the little slinky tank top and all kinds of stuff. And he basically disrespected his parents, called him a butler to his face. You
Yeah,
know
I
what I
remember that
mean?
scene. Yep.
Yeah.
The British
So
actor. Yeah,
right,
I know.
Daniel or Yellow O or yeah,
Uh
yeah,
huh.
that's him.
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it comes to our own households, like um have you all experienced or what have you noticed in terms of like the difficulties in being able to reach younger generations, like within your own household? Because I
Well,
just like for me, and I'll just start this because it might be a little abstract in terms of question. But like I brought up like the first like Fresh Prince or Will Smith, parents just don't understand, right? That whole song. And my sister, I was observing her, she's 9 years older than me. So, she's having issues with my parents and stuff. And I'm hearing my parents talk, like kind of having their discussions on what we gonna do. Like, saying she so this, she so that. So I was just like, I wasn't, I guess, getting to that point until I was maybe in junior high or high school when I realized that, okay, like social circles and school and the different things that I have to navigate through is different than my parents. And I felt like they did not understand. So I kind of shut down the lines of communication. You know what I mean? A little bit. So there was like a little bit of a
You
gap,
know
a
what's funny?
communication gap. But now since like I'm a parent, I know my mom better than I ever did. You know what I'm saying? We talk about you know what I mean, about personal stuff now. But when I was a kid, she wasn't we weren't communicating on the same level. So I was just wondering in terms of your own household, like what type of difficulties have y'all ran into either with, you and your parents or you and your children?
Damn, that's a good
Yeah.
question. I'll
And
go
it's
first
hard to
because mine's gonna
believe.
be real. Go ahead. Go ahead.
37 years later, that song still hits hard. Parents don't understand.
Right.
Da-da-da-da. Go
36
ahead,
years
Otis.
later,
Uh,
36 years later, that song still hits.
I can honestly say I
Go ahead.
haven't
Go ahead.
experienced. I haven't experienced that. I have a 30-year-old daughter. Um, I haven't experienced that. And growing up in a household, I'm the oldest of four kids. It was the mother was in the house and the grandmother. Unfortunately, one of them typical stories. My father wasn't in the household, so my grandmother was the quote unquote, if this makes sense, father figure. No, I have to reverse that. My grandmother was a quote unquote mother figure, and my mother, who was working two jobs, was a quote unquote father figure because she was hardly at home. She was working two jobs. So that was my dynamic. I didn't have, that was a great question. I didn't have that issue. Now I have hella nephews and I have great conversations with them and they're all doing great. They're not perfect, but I can honestly say we don't have that. There is an age gap, obviously, but we don't have those issues where they feel like I don't have anything to offer them. When they come and we have a talk, we have great conversations. I can honestly say that. So that's how I would answer that question.
Okay.
And
Got you.
they know their uncle. They know what I just stated earlier. I'm a no nonsense. I get straight to the point. I ain't got you ask me a question, you're gonna get the answer, whether you like it or not. I'm gonna give it to you, and then let's talk. And they know I don't mean any harm. So that's that
Mm,
dynamic. But if you don't know me, again, you might get a different reception, and I understand that. So that's why I have to teach myself and calm myself down. It's about the message and how you deliver it. Everyone is not receptive of the message if they're not used to you. So you have to read the room and know who you're talking to, unfortunately, before
okay.
they accept the message.
I also think that what you said a little bit earlier was important. Just leading or including that love aspect. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying this to hurt you. I'm saying this to
Right.
help you. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
building that trust factor, you know what I'm saying, is big. I try to meet people where they're at. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I feel like I have a young enough spirit where I can translate both to, say people in their 20s and my peers in their 40s. Um, but yeah, it's that factor of like, look, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it, I understand. But let me leave you with this type of situation or leave you with this advice. You can take it or leave it. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's like kind of like what's best, instead of putting pressure on people to be like, like, well, you need to be doing this and this. That. Well, hey, like, look, trust me, I've been through it. You know what I'm saying? This is what I would do. You know what I'm saying? Or this is what I have done. And it does make it makes it easier to accept. You know what I'm saying? Um, man is fair. My man is fair. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you out. You can always jump in. This is kind of like a free form,
Yeah,
organic
absolutely.
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, no
But
problem. Absolutely.
have you
Mhm.
when it comes to your family dynamics though, like have you experienced any type of like miscommunication or anything when it comes to either the people who are older than you or like I'm not sure if you have children or younger people, but have you experienced any type of like miscommunication because of
No,
age gaps?
I didn't. No, I wouldn't say that me personally. I haven't experienced that. As a child, I appreciate the age gaps. I appreciated that my parents don't listen to the same music. Then, like the dynamics of child and adult is already clear and set. It's up for me as a child to prove to to my elders who have control of me, who could tell me when to come and when not, where to go, right? I want to prove to them that I can handle this. I understand. I know, so that I'm giving more of a leash, and it's more of an understanding. I'm growing and I'm mature, and I understand and I know and I can do the right result and get the right result once you give me this. You know what I'm saying? This leash. So it's up for me to prove to my parents. And what I respect about the older generations from my time is they didn't listen. They wasn't in my world. You know what I mean? It's up for me to
Mm,
prove to them that I know the right things to do and can handle situations. That, you know what I'm saying? I got all the proving to do. And then when I'm on the level of them, then we all on the same level. We all grown. We all know
right.
you know what I mean? So that's the dynamic that I came from. The lines are already clear and set. You know what I mean? You're the
Mm,
child, I'm the adult, these are the adults and the elders. It's no misunderstanding that. It's up for me. I felt it was up for me to show I can handle things and so that I'm allowed to do more. And then at some point in time, they ain't thinking about me no more. You know what I'm saying? Unless I'm bringing trouble back. You know what I'm saying? Oh, you don't know. You wasn't taught what to do. You acting like you don't know what to do out here or something. You know what I'm saying? So it's more like that. Like, and so I just appreciate the dynamics of we're not the same. You know what I mean? And I think that should
mhm.
be showed to the next generation. I'm not on your level. You're not on mine. And when it's time for correction and direction, I'm here.
Right. Right. No, I totally understand. Yeah, having that structure just kind of like established is like, yeah, it definitely will prevent a lot of stuff, because when you get like, I don't know about you, like in terms of like age ranges or whatever, but like me and my nephew, we have a 10-year age gap, and we grew up like brother and sister, but at the same time it's like he definitely knew like I'm your aunt, you know what I'm saying, like I'm in charge when you with me type of situation. And I don't know, like he still comes to me for advice, you know what I mean. We put him on to all the old music because like, no, you riding with us, this is what we listening to, we not listening to that bullshit, you know what I'm saying. So now he goes to his friends and he's like super popular because he knows all the older references, you know what I'm saying? He know about Motown and all this stuff because he soaked it up, you know what I'm saying? He appreciated just like, just the interaction and just what we was given to him. Really quick, I just wanted to thank and welcome Jen to the channel. Appreciate you. Go ahead and make sure that you subscribe and keep the notifications on. I appreciate you being here. We got Bronze Birder. Oh, he's a problem child. He said we don't follow rules. Here's the younger generation coming in like, nah, kicking over tables. You feel me?
And listen, I don't know if he's joking or not, but honestly, that's how a lot of them feel. Seriously.
Mhm.
So that's why I'm not going to say that.
No, I feel you. Jen also says, from what I guess what she's experienced, asking questions seems to be looked as disrespect, and I think that that's a part. Like you want to make sure that like your whoever is trusting you for advice feels comfortable to come to you. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I always just say, there's no such thing as a dumb question. Because I don't want to ever discourage them or have them so much up in their head that they keep something to themselves instead of sharing it. You know what I'm saying? And good, bad, or indifferent. Like, and I tell them this all the time. I can't help you if I don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to put that pride aside. It's okay. You know what I'm saying? Yes, I might feel the way that I feel, but I'm going to be able to help you. You know what I'm saying? In one way or another. So that's why I wanted to ask those questions, because it's just, certain concepts I feel like are just misunderstood, you know what I'm saying, in between the young and the old. But as the times change, it's like that's the only thing that's supposed to stay consistent, because like I said, would you rather be like your great grandparents, the silent generation who just bottled everything up, didn't cry, didn't do, you know what I'm saying, like, and kept everything to themselves? Because like I said, I know my grandmother is still alive, she's 91, and I don't know her, and I feel like that's so sad, like having conversations, knowing about her as a child, like she just was more like into the dutiful part, you know what I'm saying, of the family and whatever. So she was always the one busy cooking or cleaning while we was playing or whatever. So it's like, honestly, I don't know her, and I don't know. I think that that's kind of unfortunate. But I'm glad
I think
that.
we.
Hmm?
No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're okay. I was just gonna say I'm glad that like I said, I know my mom, you know what I'm saying? We have conversations, and my kids, they feel comfortable to come, to come to me sometimes. And it gets a little annoying because I'm just like, look, I just told you to do something. This is not a conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, this ain't no back and forth. Like,
Hey,
but at the same time, in certain instances, it's like, okay, I do need to break something down a little bit further
okay.
for understanding. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on what it is. But you got it. Man, it's fair.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you. I hear
Hmm.
what you're saying, and I think because you're saying I like to know your grandparents, or to know. Like I'm just thinking back, like I didn't really know my grandparents. What I think is I know their work, I know their heart, I know who what I'm saying, what they're about. You know what I'm saying, and that's what I could take away from like to intimately know them and know everything that happened to them in their life. I think throughout the generations and times, everybody's going to do what they had to do in their time. And
Right.
you appreciate the people who wasn't sitting on the sideline. What do we do? What do I, trying to figure. They were active. They were doing something and getting something done so that somebody else could live. You know what I mean? And so that's what I get from them. You know what I'm saying? They were helping and making sure people live and people get to the next day and get on in life. And so, you know what I'm saying? That's what I can take away from them.
Yeah.
You know what
And
I
I just,
mean? Just
mhm.
mhm.
No, I
Yeah.
just would also want to piggyback. Jen says, yes, there needs to be balance. The older generation were so secretive. You're right. Many of us don't know our parents and grandparents personally. So it's like, even when we have some of these relationship conversations, and the questions, oh, you weren't taught how to be a husband or a wife. And it's like, you have to understand that the people that we were supposed to be learning from, they're just like, just watch me. Because I ain't
Woo!
breaking shit down. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't breaking nothing down.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
What can you pick up from what's going down?
yes,
Exactly. Like, I swear
yeah.
to God, like, and I mean, it was a benefit to me, but at the same time, it was just like, damn. Like, at the time, it was a little difficult. But like, when my parent, like I told you, I was given instructions in like three or fours. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't just one thing. It was, okay, I need you to do this, then do this, then this, then this. You know what I'm saying? Like, do this in order. And
Right.
I'm gonna tell you one time because I know you smart. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? You gonna fit, so I would have, it would force me to like literally go through my mental Rolodex and replay what my parents told me and be like, okay. And then I figure it out and I do it right. And then it's just like, I don't know, like they were proud of me. I felt proud of myself. But at the same time, there wasn't a lot of it wasn't a lot of talk. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was not.
Yeah.
And I
Great
was born in
points.
the 80s, you know what I'm saying? So you would have thought that this was like, I was born, in the 70s or the six. Like, no, I was born in the 80s. And it still was that kind of disconnect, like, okay, I'm
Yeah.
gonna show you this shit one time. And
So
then you
yeah.
got it, you know?
Wow. So
Hmm.
you
Really
can
was.
imagine. So you can imagine how it was, because I was born in the 70s, 1970 to be exact.
Okay.
So you can imagine how it was then. I didn't have any instructions. Like you said, I didn't have a father in the household. I had a lot of uncles. They were all married, and I knew from experience. And like you said, I'm a very visual person, like this younger generation is. I'm
Right.
visual. So I just sat back and I noticed, unfortunately, what not to do in relationships and marriages versus what to do. And that wasn't the conversation. It's just by me being observant. I was a cousin that go over the cousin's house for the weekend, and I saw the husband and wife dynamic. I hate to say it, and if my uncle was watching, which I doubt it, they wasn't at home. They was always in the street. My aunt was there, but the uncle wasn't. The cousins was there. Wherever the uncle's at, I'm not finna go there. They ended up all divorced. That's all I'm gonna say. So I learned that when I got into my relationships, what not to do and what to do. Not because we sat down and had conversations with my uncle. Nah, I saw from just watching. No, I ain't finna do that to my wife. No, I ain't finna do that. No, I'm gonna move like this. I'm gonna do that because I see what you did and it didn't work. These are conversations I'm having with myself. And I love my uncles. We still have conversations, but I've noticed that when they go play cards, and it's no disrespectful thing, but when they go play cards and have family gatherings, they go play cards, they don't call the nephew. They don't call me because I'm considered, not to put words on there, I go by my own tune. I love them. I respect them. I wish somebody would, but at the same time, I don't move like that. If that makes sense what I'm saying. So I learned what to do and what not to do.
Right. Yeah, I mean, man, I think that's like the almost like the indication like that you had wisdom already. You know what I'm saying? Because I think that a lot of people, they think that they actually have to physically touch the stove to know that it's hot versus watching somebody else make mistakes or do certain things a certain way and not having to put yourself through certain stuff, but being able to, like you said, identify what's right and what's wrong. You know what I'm saying? With the whole situation. And that's, to me, like I said, it's a part of wisdom because you don't have to go through it yourself all the time in order to learn anything. You know what I'm saying? You just got to observe and be humble. You know what I'm saying about the situation.
Right. Now, I'm not going to accept their wisdom jacket because they don't feel right. I'm going to say, I'm being honest. I'm just being serious because I talk and I like to talk to people based on my experiences. For real. I know that I messed up a lot. And thank Allah, I'm still here to talk about it. That's why I'm thinking I'm still here so I could just share. I like to talk, as you can see. So I don't think it's wisdom. It's just me having experience and I see something. I be wanting a young person to come talk to me. Please come talk to me. I just want to talk to you, bro. Let's have a conversation. But I refuse to go talk to them first based on the climate because I don't know how receptive they're going to be. unfortunately. But I want the young generation to come talk to me. Let's have a talk. It won't be no judgment passed. It won't be none of that. Do your thing. So in some situations, I wish I could live vicariously through you because you're doing some things that I could never do at that age. But you're doing it. I give it to you. But there are some things that, hey, bruh, you're moving a little bit too fast. Slow down. Let me show you where you could fix some things based on what I've done and didn't do.
Right.
So, but there is a gray area there.
Mm-hmm. No, I feel you. I mean, we're never going to stop learning. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But even I have been encouraged to you need to have more talks with younger women and this, that, and the third. I'm like, I guess I could. You know what I'm saying? Like even right now, and this is a great idea, but it's all elders up here. But Lena wanted to know. I wonder if a younger person would go up and share their perspective. Anybody who has questions or anything that they want to add to this conversation is definitely welcome to. You know, it doesn't matter what your age is. Well, I prefer 18 and up. Thank you very much. But the link is pinned to the top if you would like to join the conversation for sure. I did have one more clip that I wanted to share. This is from somebody who I guess people would consider as wise. His name is Sad Guru. A lot of people probably know him by his face, but not necessarily his name. He's got a perspective on age gap relationship, like, you know, just interactions and stuff like that. And it's not romantic relationships, so don't worry about it. Let me get this pulled up really quick and y'all let me know what you think. Okay, give me a second. Getting it into the studio right now so we can pull it up. Okay,
Children who live away from you, they always love you. That's the way to keep them. If they were with you, ooh, not because you're bad or they're bad, because you need one kind of space, they need another kind of space, both are in the same space, heat will happen. The older generation do not think they're old. The younger generation think that they're old enough. That's the whole problem. How do we handle this is, the old should learn to keep on stepping back. The young will keep on occupying that space. Only thing is, the old should display a certain level of wisdom and experience where the young are little overawed by the old. If you don't do that, then the young will disdain and they'll get rough in so many ways. So this is one thing you have to earn as you get old. You have earned a certain level of wisdom and insight into life, which they're yet to earn, so they look up to you.
All right, that was Sad Guru. I'm not sure if you've ever seen his face, but you know, he basically was saying that like both young and old, especially in the same household, they need their own space because they're living almost like in two different worlds, even though it's the same space. And he was saying it's like that's where the heat and the friction, will kind of occur. And he's suggesting and advising that the older people kind of just step back a little bit and let the young people occupy the space and come to us when they feel in need. What do you guys feel about that or think about that?
100% agree. Everything he said was accurate, and I almost started laughing when he said the older still thinking they're young. He ain't lying, because at times, except when my knees hurt in the morning, I feel like I'm young. I still think I'm young, and I can admit that. I still think
You're supposed to.
I'm young until I have a conversation. I'll go over let's keep it real. We all grown. I smoke marijuana. It keeps me sane. So
me too. Don't even worry about it.
Yeah. So when I go over my cousin house, who's 15 years younger than me, and I'm still thinking I'm hip. So I go over there, I'm chilling with him, we smoking together, and his comrades, his associates are around him. And I'm sitting there, we having a conversation, and I realize instantly, Otis, if you don't get your ass up, finish smoking this, and take your ass home, this is not for you. For real. And you got to be real with yourself.
Absolutely.
So when he said that hit a nerve, because it's true. And we do have to fall back and let them have that space. And I put in enough time. This is not being cocky. And I love my cousin where he calls me to check on me and to say, hey, I'm just checking on you, cuz. I want to come by and just talk to you. that makes me feel good. And what he just said, they come to you because you left that space for them to come to you, and you're not occupying their space. They know
Right.
when to come to you if you lived your life the quote unquote right way. So that resonated with me. I land.
All right. I love it. I
Let me
love it.
say this real quick to piggyback
Mhm.
back on what the gentleman was saying, and let
Yeah.
me know if this makes any sense. I had a thought about that too. I think you can feel young without having to actually be young. So what do I
Yep,
mean
yep,
by
I
that?
got you. Yes,
Like
I
what
do.
kind of was saying. You and your fit. Well, you say you're Gen X. I'm assuming you're close to 50 because you got a whole decade on me. I'll be
I'm
42
55.
next month. So we're
Yeah, I'm
okay. So you got
5'5".
so you got a whole 13, 14 years on me, sir. So yeah. So you trying to feel young because you say you can exercise, do this, have a blunt without it hurting you too much. But here you are trying to be young by kicking it with the younger generation, like your nephews and all that kind of shit. That's going a bit too far. You're that
Mhm.
old kook that's trying to relive his youth. We don't need that
Right,
we don't need
right.
that kind of stuff. Our
Mhm.
time came and went. Let's just accept it. Let me take over as long as they're doing everything right.
Right.
Mm.
I mean, you could be
I
that
like
cool
that. Yeah.
uncle. You could be that you uncle that he can go to for advice and can't hang out with his friends and associates.
Right.
You don't. I
Hey,
don't do my
brother.
god kids like do my god kids
Yeah.
like that and
Hey,
feel
let me give
young
you a
without
perfect
being
example.
young. That's all I'm saying.
Let me give you a
Yeah.
perfect example. And you know what I'm talking about because you like the age of my cousin. We feel more like brothers because of our dynamic, but we cousins and the age gap is the same. So it feels better to me when my cousin calls me to invite me over for like a fight night or whatever versus what I used to do. And I can admit this, I stopped it over a year ago versus what I used to do. I'm bored. Let me just go over to my cousin's house and go chill with him. Wrong move. I had to realize, no, that's their space. I know he loves you. I know he rocks with me, but that's his space. You mature enough now. You got wisdom. Let him call you when he wants you to be in this space. You know he loves you, and that's what happens. He calls me. So now when I go over there, it's because he called me over there. His boys there, but they want me there. So I feel like I can talk. I can be me. I'm not trying to be all young and hip. They accept me for who I am versus me just popping up with my little six pack and my little blunt ready to go hang with them. I wasn't invited. Make
Right.
sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Like
It makes plenty of sense.
that's where me and
That's
my
it.
nephew are right now. You know what I'm saying? It's funny because my sister, his mom, she was born in 72. Okay. So trust me, Otis, I understand. Maybe, I don't
Yes.
know. I think that's kind of helped me a bit because, as that being my oldest sis, my informal babysitter at times and stuff
Right,
like
right,
that. Like you pick up on stuff, and you just, well,
right.
one thing that I did, this kind of came a little bit later, you know what I'm saying? Like when I was in my 20s, but like, me and her, we had a really good conversation one time to just like really, I don't know, to just get things off our chest. Like she was just saying, like, I had a different set of parents than you did. You know what I'm saying? Even though we had the same parents, when she was born, my parents were young. You know what I mean? They were just starting out in their 20s and stuff like that. By the time they had me, they were established and they were in their 30s. So it was like the version that she saw was different than what I saw because I used to wonder like why are you like, what I'm saying, just so rebellious and stuff. You know what I mean? Like not totally, but just different from me. You know what I mean? But that was the reason why. And I had to respect that. You know what I'm saying? After a certain period of time. But her son, like I said, my nephew now is to the point where, I don't intrude on his parties, his get-togethers or whatever. But every once in a while he will call and he would be like, hey, I'm having a kickback, come through. And that's when I take advantage of it. I don't try to impose.
Right.
I wait
Yes.
until he includes me, and he includes me a lot more than I thought he would. Like just the other day, and y'all can see this on my channel. We went to, well, the World Cup is here in Atlanta, so it's nuts with the
Oh, yeah, it's going down there. Yeah, yeah.
oh yeah, we was at downtown Decatur the other day because Big Boy put on a free concert. Man, lit. You talk about lit, and I'm talking about white, black, Asian, Hispanic. all ages singing rap. You know what I mean? It was awesome. But we bring the kids out, you know what I mean, so they can kind of just see. I don't know, we kind of wanted them to see us be fun, you know what I'm saying? Because usually what our kids see is, okay, let's get up, let's get breakfast, to get you ready for school. I got to go to work. Let's come home. We make dinner. You know what I mean? Like, this was a way for us to kind of like let our kids see our personalities. You know what I'm saying? To have fun with us in the way that we like to. You know what I'm saying? Because when we were in, most of those hits came out when I was in college. You know what I'm saying? Or coming out of high school. And it was really cool just to have that type of interaction, with, like I said, my nephew, my brother, my nieces, my children, like everybody was out there and it was great, you know? So, I think that when we do give, what I'm saying, people that space, they do end up gravitating towards us naturally. And that's what you want, you know what I'm saying? Because you don't want to be overbearing, you know what I mean? Or seem
Right.
like you said, like you're dismissing or discrediting what they know or where they are in life. You know what I'm saying? You just want to incorporate them in some type of way or show them a different side of you, to be like, hey, I'm human too. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like to have fun too. I'm not just a serious person that just dresses up for work and comes home and pays bills and gives orders. You know what I mean? Like, I'm an actual person. And I know that you are too, and you can come to me. You know what I'm saying? So I think that type of stuff is important. We got this is the biggest one. Coach Ferg, shouts out to you. Appreciate you. But he is infamous. He calls us crack babies. You 80s babies can't reach the youth under y'all. Youth hate crybabies and lazy adults. See, that's, I mean, if you are
Wow.
a crybaby or a lazy adult, then yeah, they won't really respect you. But that's what we were talking about in terms of just like what is important. You know what I mean? Are you an old fool? Or you know what I'm saying, or are you an elder? Because just because you're older doesn't mean that you are wise or have anything more to offer than the youth does. You know what I'm saying? Yes, girl, born in the 80s, crack baby. He be roasting us too. I'll be like, damn. But y'all made us though. Like, y'all made us. That will be the response. There might be, some type of I guess perspective on the younger generations, because like I said, we can just reach over, grab our phone, Google some shit, and be able to pull it up. Even when we have these conversations online, like if you say something, I can be on a different tab fact checking you. You know what I'm saying? Like in real time. So it's like, I don't know, the information is definitely there, the technology is there. But at the same time, it's like the elders are taking advantage and being able to use the same resources. You know what I'm saying? So there's always going to be that back and forth where the older generation says, hey, I've done my part. It's up to y'all now. And the younger people are going to be like, well, all the complaints that you have about me are because of y'all, because y'all raised us. So it's just like this endless blame game. I don't know. Jen says he's not lying about the generations ahead of us. Ain't no better. They was the ones doing see exactly who was doing the crack. Okay, because I was born in the 80s. I had no
And let me
handle,
just say this.
in what was going on. Okay,
You
go ahead.
remember
Hold on, your
X time period,
microphone.
we were just born.
Your microphone's
Yeah,
kind of in and out. Is your signal strong?
it's lagging.
Okay. All right, you can try it again.
Saying started in the Generation X time period, we were just born into it. So, kind of best the question started this whole thing: Gen X or millennials? I didn't know what the hell crack was until I was at least in middle school. So,
Yeah, I had heard about it, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, my parents, they
how do
didn't
you
have
do?
it in those types of environments or situations. But again, I mean, that just contributes to the divide. I mean, I think, acknowledgement is important. You know what I mean? If there were missteps or whatever, I mean, shoot, if the generation before us was more concerned with just providing, right? Want to give my kids all the things I didn't have. Now we got game systems and you know what I'm saying, all kinds of stuff because they're making better money, and they're just buying things. You know what I mean? But they're still coming from a place they were raised by the silent generation, so they're still not talking to us. They're just giving us stuff. You know what I'm saying? So it's like
Right.
it's
Yeah.
always going to be that type of situation. But it's if there's no acknowledgement, like it's almost like this whole slavery thing. Like, shoot, I don't want to hear nothing about why black people is this, that, and the third. Y'all haven't even apologized for what the hell you did. I just think that acknowledgement means something. You know what I mean? Besides just like what he says, victim blamers. And I'm not sure if he's talking about the younger generation or the older ones, but he says we started the baby daddy, baby mama generation. Now look how weak minded our kids are. Victim blamers. Mm, that's an interesting comment.
Be
First,
fair.
you got a minute, bring
Well,
your
to be
point
fair, let
here.
me say this.
You said what?
I'm sorry. Now I was saying to be fair, because I don't know about y'all, but I knew people who were having kids between ages 18 and 25. My homeboy who just got married a few days ago had his first daughter at 18. I knew people that was having kids.
Yeah, your microphone.
Gen X and millennial, we kind of
you keep
Gen
you
X
keep
kind of
you
start
keep
the whole. Say
you
what?
keep you keep
Your,
like
your microphone going in and out real bad. You have a bad connection. It's breaking up real bad, man.
real bad. But
Oh,
yeah,
his
this is
internet
funny.
signal is lagging. But
Yeah, see, we
yeah,
were
can
we
you
were
hear
the
me now?
dare. Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just saying. Yeah, I knew people that was having kids 25. So yeah, we started it. But don't get me wrong. But we had to, how should I put it? Waver the storm, deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, even when they talk about election cycles or whatever, right? There's always, whoever comes into the presidency is always going to inherit the mistakes and the problems from the previous one, right? But it's like there was an inception point, you know what I'm saying? There was a starting point. Like you can't, I mean, the best that we can do is just acknowledge what is dysfunctional and what's not, and just try our best to do what's right. You know what I'm saying? Regardless of what we were born into. But at the same time, like I said, it's just that comparison, and that's just that in that criticism is what is going to keep the old and the young kind of separated for right now, because there is no understanding. And I just wanted to and it's funny, yeah, because Tiff brought up, yeah, we were the dare kids because y'all were the crackheads. You know what I'm saying? Like, but at the same time, y'all was
Yeah,
still smoking
exactly.
weed, y'all was still drinking, smoking cigarettes, and doing everything else. But you're telling us to stay off drugs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Sometimes it's just hard when you don't see the results or you don't see the consistency in the person that is giving you the advice. It's a little difficult to take it. And I understand what you guys are saying. Do as I say, not as I do. But I think that that's a part of the problem, because we want to see a result. Like, you know what I'm saying? We want to see, okay, like, if you telling me to move a certain way, I need to see how that worked for you. I need to see, you know what I'm saying? Like, what that's going to look like for me. Because now you're asking me to come, to rise to a different level, which is going to be difficult already, right? Because if I'm on level 5, but you're expecting me or advising me to be on at least level 7, that means I'm going to have to dig into myself and find discipline and all these other things from somewhere. Because if the people that are around you are saying do as I say and not as I do, and it's like that already indicates that they don't even have the strength in them to do what they're advising me to do, but they're expecting me to raise my level up, you know what I'm saying, so I can perform to their expectation. It's just, I don't know, I think it's just really confusing sometimes. And I don't know, I think so many of us just have hang-ups, you know what I mean? Like, well, I had to go through it, or I went through worse, you'll be fine. What you crying about? What are you complaining about? I had it worse. And that's not the point. I don't think that that's the point at all.
Yeah, it ain't. It
Mm.
really isn't.
I think it's about, like I said, just trying your best, the here and now. You know what I mean? Because the same issues and stuff that existed 20 years ago, 30 years ago, it's a whole nother set of circumstances these days.
Mm.
Yeah. And I read a statistic that said this current generation, they're not as, sexually outgoing as our previous millennials and Gen Xers were. Because think about it, we were hooking up, having one night stands. I'm pretty sure I'm pretty sure y'all the freak Nick and how popping it was in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. It was doing all that shit back in the day.
Yeah, man, my
Now,
parents had
now,
a good ass time, and we moved to Atlanta the year that they stopped Freaknik. So I never, I never experienced
me
that.
neither.
Thank the Lord.
I never did it. I never. By the time I heard about Freaknik, I think they canceled it. I was like 18, heard about Freaknik, but by that point, it was already on the verge of being canceled. So I never experienced it either. But I've been to the clubs. I've been to the gentlemen's clubs. So we was doing all sorts of stuff. But I'm hearing a statistic that says young generations today are not having as much sex as they were back in the as previous generations were. They're not producing kids as much. So it kind of begs the question: are Gen Z and Gen Z Alpha learning from our past mistakes? The having a freak offs and having one night stands didn't, became a detriment, or are there other forces at work here? Because I'm saying too much of a disconnect with online dating and dating apps as opposed to just meeting people concrete like we did back in the day. Yes, the teenage birth rate may have died down, the kids out of wedlock rate may have died down, but the disconnect has gone up thanks to online dating and all this other stuff. That's what I'm noticing anyway. Like we don't meet concretely anymore. It's all about algorithms and online dating instead of connecting through personality, attitude, maturity like you did in our generation. So am I missing something here, or is that what's really going on?
Well, to me, that's a whole nother conversation, but I'll answer it real quick. The disconnect to me came from with the invention of this new technology. And I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Again, I'm 55 years old. When I was clubbing back in the damn early 90s and whatnot, when I was going to the club, I couldn't wait till after that third or fourth, fifth song, fast song, because we knew what was coming up next. Right, them 3, 4, 5 fast songs was going on. We looking and eyeing that female to get the nerve up with them butterflies in your stomach to go across the room and ask her to slow dance.
Right.
We don't slow dance no more. We don't have the conversation with the opposite sex anymore. Technology ruined all that. So now you have these phones. Now you having a conversation with the girl 10 feet across from you with the phone. You're not in their face. You don't have the butterfly feeling. You don't have none of that. You don't get the, excuse my French, you don't get the erection when you get next to a slow dancing. That's all human. That's all part of growing up. That's gone. So now you got these computer babies who don't know how to show that sensitive side. They have no idea for us that aspect. They're sensitive for us crying and mentioning and all that, but for us showing their emotions to the opposite sex, they have no idea. They don't know what dating is. They don't know how to do that. None. And I land my plane.
No,
Yeah, that's true. And to add to that, I'm sorry to cut you off, LA.
No, you got it. Go ahead.
Yeah, to add to that, but maybe y'all notice this too, but I'm hearing stories of people having relationships with AI companions, AI boyfriends and girlfriends instead of just real people. Now, is that becoming a thing now? AI last year I did a whole show talking about AI sex bot becoming the new world order of dating. So do y'all think that's going to be the new thing now?
No.
And social media ain't going to fuck it up. AI companions will.
No, because I think at the end of it all, people have a need for connection. They gonna have to figure it out. You know what I'm saying? Like one way or another, even if it starts online, eventually they gonna have to, meet up. They gonna have to talk. They gonna have to see if they're really compatible past the texting. So they're gonna have to get out their bubble with one way or another. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that anybody or people in mass are not going to be falling for this AI bullshit. Like those are people, in my opinion, who just literally they just gave up. You know what I'm saying? Either that, or or their experiences were so toxic or bad, you know what I mean, that maybe they just they're turned off, or they want to be in more control of the situation. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be because I mean we're breaking out of those expectations, and all that stuff. And I wanted to add to what you said, H&M, about the teen pregnancies. Hell yeah, I think that they are learning from us. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, we're coming online and we're having these conversations day after day, and it's not really like from what I've noticed, uh it's not really a negative thing, like from the woman. You know what I'm saying? Like if she's like a single parent or whatever, but I know that the younger women are listening and paying attention to all the flack that single mothers get. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody want to be bothered with that shit. You know what I mean? Like we're not seeing the teen moms, the 16 and pregnant, the shows. That's not happening no more. When I lived in I lived in Florissant, Otis, so I know. Trust. Yeah,
What you lost it now? Damn.
I went to Hazelwood
That's
Central.
crazy. Damn, that's crazy. Oh
Yeah.
my God. Hazelwood Central?
Yeah, that was my high
Damn,
school.
LA. I live in
Hazelwood
Blackjack.
Central.
I'm in
What
it
is
right
that?
now. Wow. A high school.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn, LA.
Like East.
I didn't know your background was here.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, I moved around about every 5 years, but yeah, I lived there from sixth grade to 10th grade. But
Okay.
y'all give me just 1 second, okay? We got the troublemaker in the house. Let's see what he got to say. We got Coach Ferg in the building. Let's go. Let go. All right, Coach. Here's your time to shine. What you got on it? What you got on us crack babies?
The troublemaker. That's crazy.
Yeah, you one of them. You just one of them. Don't feel bad.
Listen,
Shout
I
out to
was a
Coach Ferg with
teenager.
his wise words. Grace, what you got to say? You heard?
Hey,
I
let's
was
go.
a teenager when crack hit the
Oh, now you
streets
don't want to
across
talk. Come on, sir. Don't
America,
be shy
right?
now.
I'm talking. Can y'all hear me?
I can't hold on. H&M, I think that you
Can you
need to
hear me?
probably come back because yes, I can, Ferg.
Okay.
Because
Yes, you're fine.
Ferg is talking about. I don't think you can hear him, Hustler. You got it, Coach.
Again, I
Back.
was a
I'll be back.
teenager when crack started hitting the streets across America, north, south, east, and west, right? So they was telling us that 1 in 4 of us was gonna make it. That's why when you look at that time between like 82 and 90, college enrollment increased 300% across America for Black people. HBCUs went up, all colleges enrollment went up with Black people because we were watching the Cosby Show. A lot of people were coming for that. And most people that stayed home in their neighborhoods and just wanted to work, they got caught up in the crack scene. So now you got young boys selling to mamas and it didn't affect America until mothers started getting hooked on drugs. And that was our biggest problem in our community because it got to a place where you could someone else's mother could discipline you in a sense and then go tell your mama. And as once we became adults, it just got out of hand because Gen X had left school with the skilled trades. They gave us vocational schools. Girls was getting cosmetology license. People were becoming entrepreneurs before people even knew what that was. And as you got into the 90s, what they do? Think about the 90s, who they ushered in. They ushered in P. Diddy and R. Kelly behaviors. They ushered it in right behind people. And so as y'all became adults, like everything was sort of already being damaged. They blocked a lot of access for y'all young folk. They started getting it. And so go ahead.
Oh, so okay, so because I was kind of like I said, just mentioning just the whole acknowledgement piece. You know what I mean? I think that's what a lot of younger people are. That's where their attitude is coming from. Like, okay, we can hear your complaints about our generation. However, if we're born in the middle of it, if we're well, after all this stuff, as the ball has already been put into place and now is rolling. Like, why is your I guess your perspective of like we're victims?
Because you know what, LA? I
What?
worked in the schools for 20 years. I very seldom see Black folks show up for their kids.
Hmm.
I was the one talking the kid off the ledge. I was the one having kids cry on my shoulder because mama and daddy are selfish about the kid. I saw it firsthand. I was in Chicago, some of the worst public schools in the country, but I also saw the ingenious of kids once they were paid attention to. A lot of parents started, yeah, I ask people this all the time. When was the last time you saw your mama's ass and cheeks outside? Probably never, right?
Yeah.
But then we got to a place where it was okay for mama to go outside like that. So who's more affected, the child or the parent? The child. But the child is not, but the child's not going to speak out against the parent until they get older. The child is not going to say, mama, put your ass up outside. All of my friends are seeing it. I'm grown. I can do what I want. This is the how adults pass down the information. They didn't. I came up with a time where people expected you to be better despite your circumstances. Most people didn't linger in the fact that they didn't have stuff. Okay, how we get it? Oh, I got to work for it. I got to get it on my own since mama, she got to work and take care of all of us. Most people understand like, oh, I can't be asking mama up into my 30s and 40s. I got to get it on my own. And people live through that. Then when we started having kids, we overcompensated. Oh, I didn't grow up with this. I didn't grow up with that. So let me do more for my kids. And now we hear in this modern time, most teenagers are fat and overweight with low self-esteem and can barely read. That don't start when you come outside. That start in your home. That start with, and it has, and again, I can't blame my parents for stuff that I did not learn once I turned 21. They wasn't around me. My mother and father wasn't around me when I was about to have sex. Whether it was unprotected or protected, I knew I should be protecting myself. So I can't complain about what my parents didn't give me because I grew up with both parents in my house. I had 5 sisters. None of my sisters were pregnant before graduation. All of my sisters are married today except one, but she's been in a relationship. She only been in 2 relationships since I known her. But a lot of people were allowed to just figure things out on themselves. And when you get young people, we could go places our parents couldn't go. We were clubbing it up every weekend. The girls was clubbing, the boys was clubbing. And I'll shut up about this. Anybody listening, if y'all parent and y'all mother and father still alive, go have a conversation with both. Ask mama, why did she choose your slow ass daddy? Because she liked him at the time.
Oh, yeah.
And I say it out of love though. And ask daddy, why didn't he protect himself by wearing a condom and you were created?
Oh my God.
I mean, people won't ask those hard questions because most of y'all mamas won't let y'all know that she was a freak. Lord. She ain't gonna let it say that. She was in church when y'all became of age.
Oh my God!
I see. That's why I'd be like, okay, you want to bring up Chicago? Like I got a place for everything. My parents put us in Homewood, Flossmoor. We didn't see none of that shit.
Okay, Homewood, Flossmoor. I know Homewood. It's in the south. It's in that's by University Park and all of that. I've been there before. I worked out there. Yeah.
So it's like, I don't know. I think a part of it, I mean, yeah, we can, hopefully, you can get yourself into a place that's environment wise, you know what I'm saying? That's good for your children. Sometimes you have to make a sacrifice because it's expensive to live in nice places. You know what I mean?
But it was okay. But LA, it was okay even in the hood because you wasn't, see, when y'all were started school, busing had already started. When Black people were taught by Black teachers in the Black communities, Black kids thrived at everything. We controlled the sports. We controlled the debate team. We controlled all of the sciences and math. Once they started busing us to the white schools, now Black kids are getting dumber and dumber, lower self-esteem because you didn't have a teacher there to push you. You didn't have a teacher there to say, hey, instead of me sending you to the principal, let me call your mama. Because your mama's sitting next to me in church. I see your mama every Wednesday. So once they started taking that away, now you don't have that same type of motivation with black children. Y'all, it's unfortunate. It's just timing. It's not all everybody's bad, but you can't spend your adult life complaining about shit that you didn't go through before you. You have to focus on the here and now and how can I be better despite of the generations before us did things despite of their condition. They made a better way. They were richer than us. They were more resourceful than us, and they applied what they learned. They didn't make excuses. They just did it.
But Coach Ferg, don't you think that changes in the economy over the years and all that stuff, like nothing has stayed the same. So it's like I
But
just think it's a different set of circumstances, a different set of struggle. You know what I'm saying?
but our struggle has never been the American struggle. Think about it. We were the richest during America's worst time in history.
Mm-hmm.
During the Great Depression, black people had the most money. We never trusted the banks. Now we trust the banks. Older people back then didn't run their money to the bank. They hid that shit in walls and under the mattresses and all of that. So they had cash money. We run to the bank. We not, and that's the only thing. Yes, you always account for inflation. And I'll shut up after this. Go look up the Pullman Porters. People sort of heard of that sporadically. The Pullman Porters back in the 1800s, Pullman, Pullman Porters.
All right.
Go look up them. They, back in the early 1900s, they were making $80,000 per year. Back then, I ain't talking about 80,000 that translate today. $80,000 cash back then. Why? Because they saved their money. They didn't go out and spend. Think about it. An average American today, let's break it down. The average American day go out and just one, I guess if they going to go out, get an outfit, they go spend $300 to $500 on one dumbass outfit that barely fits. Instead of saying, okay, let me break. If I got others, if I'm responsible for others, I'm not going to spend it all on myself. But we prioritize ourselves first, despite having kids that can't read, kids that fat and overweight, low self-esteem. We ain't caring about that. I got to go out. I got to get me my groove on. I got to get me some. I need to do. It's I instead of my. What's within my circle. And that's all I seen working in the schools. Your mamas wasn't coming to the school with a monkey out around some 15-year-old boys. No.
I gotta ask you a question. Are these inner city schools are you talking about?
Inner city, Chicago, West Side, South Side, Indianapolis, George Washington Heights. I'm talking inner city.
Okay.
I don't.
And I'm only asked that because it's kind of like a trend that I see. There's certain people who, have worked in mental health for a certain amount of time, people who work with, inner city youth or whatever. And what I've noticed is that their overall opinion of the public is, especially, whatever they deal with every day. And it's different. You know what I'm saying? If you go out to the suburbs, and it's funny because my kids, they went to a performing arts elementary school. And most of the people, well, at least half of the participants in the spelling bee were young Black boys. There were so many Black boys that were on. They had a literacy team, literally, well, in Gwinnett County, Georgia. So this is a really good school system. But they in elementary school, they pick the gifted students, and throughout the course of the year, they have to read 10 books. You know what I'm saying? Like. Books, no pictures or whatever. At the end of the quote unquote season, they actually will have a competition asking them about context, clues, characters, antagonists, protagonists. There were Black boys in there. There were a lot of Black people who were on the honor roll. But like I said, you gotta look outside and go to the burbs, man. Like I get it,
But,
the inner city is gonna be what it
uh,
is, but that's not.
LA, but that's the thing. That's how it shifted. It once was a time where the inner city was the place to be. That's what I'm saying. They were the
Yeah.
place to be. But
Hmm.
now again, people try to run from it. And when you go out to the suburbs, I found this out working within the schools. Most inner city schools, most of those parents are renters. They're not homeowners, they're renters. So when you're renting, you don't have collective bargaining. What that means is you can't dictate what curriculums they bring into the school. But when you go to the suburbs, those are taxpayers. They can dictate whether or not LGBTQ can come and read to their kids. They can dictate type of subjects that can be implemented into the school. But that's the difference. You don't have that in a lot of inner cities. Just people send their kids to school. They don't go to they stopped doing PTAs. Then they had another little program. Parents didn't show up for it because they expect the teacher to do all the heavy lifting.
Mm.
But it was a time where when I learned to read, we sat in reading circles. All our little slow
Mhm.
asses sat in that circle. We all had to take a turn stuttering our little words the first couple of days, first couple of weeks. But then it taught us how to speak up in public because we're around other little slow ass kids like us. It taught us how to be more confident in articulating our words.
Mhm.
So we had to get used to that on the fly. And it worked for a lot of people. But then we got back to this, oh, my baby, he's emotionally distraught because he can't read. Yeah, who's practicing? It takes practice,
Yeah.
is all
Yeah,
I'm
for sure.
saying. So
Yeah. All right, those are some good points. I'm a just I wanted to reference what you had mentioned because this is just for everybody, anybody that's listening. Jen had a question. How do we get back to that? Black owned, operated, and invest everything. You brought up the Pullman Porter, so I just wanted to share this with everybody. Um,
hmm
a group of men hired to work for the railroad roads as porters on sleeping cars. Starting
yes.
shortly after the American Civil War, George Pullman sought out former slaves to work
Slaves, yep.
on his sleeper cars. Their job was to
hmm
carry passengers' baggage, shoe shines, and set up and maintain
hmm
sleeping berths and serve passengers. Pullman porters served American railroads from the late
hmm
1860s until the Pullman Company ceased
hmm
its United States operations on December 31st,
1960.
1968.
Yep. I and it's unique about that because if people can ever want to dig into the story, there's an example in the Malcolm X movie where you see it
Mhm.
when he was on the train. That's the part of that.
Yep.
But Pullman porters could not live in the town of Pullman. They could not live in the town, but they never were not confined to that town. They could live anywhere in America. That's how they was able to get messages from town to town, from black folk to black folk, because Pullman porters lived all over, everywhere. And it wasn't a train company. They were luxury trains that were
Mhm.
attached to rail company cars. So he had a train for everything. And those people, and that's like you mentioned, he hired former slaves because he knew traveling in the South, they would be called all kinds of names and they would have the decorum to sort of absorb it and deal with it in that capacity. But those were
Oh,
that's why they were some of the first wealthy black folk of that time. $80,000 a year,
okay.
cash money in the late 1800s. That's
Damn,
unthinkable.
it is. And
That
thank you for
is.
sharing that because I did not know that. Thanks for pulling that up. I did
Mhm.
not
Yeah,
know that. That's
read it
crazy.
up.
I
Read
got
the
the link.
story. It's a story. Yeah.
Yeah, I got the link in the chat too, in case you forget. You want to
Okay.
look into it a little bit further. Yeah,
Yeah.
those things. I mean, I wish we could. I mean, we definitely need to get back to that, man. But somebody else had put something in the chat. Hang on just a second.
Yeah.
Okay,
And I'm going.
and this is another caveat. I know that the world's made up a whole bunch of people, but whether we talking about uh racial issues, gender issues, whatever, we always are forgetting about the people who are like, who are actually structuring these systems. Dude dreaming in the dark, I think he's coming from your side, Otis. He asked, it is because of the government they created high medical costs and high living costs? Maybe I don't want to like focus on those two specifically, but what do y'all think about like the role that the government plays with everything? Do you think that's something that we should even consider? We should just keep on doing what we need to do? Because
The government.
what I see is, a lot of people, like I said, they're just kind of taking it out on the person who's closest to them instead of, aiming for the top, which I get it. That's a difficult task at times, but you know what I mean? It just seems like we're taking the easy route out and just, focusing on the person who's closest to us in proximity. But what do y'all think about the influence of government? Do you think that that's something that we should even be worried about, focused on? Should younger people get more involved into politics, legislation, things like that? What do y'all think? And Black Manosphere, I want to hear from you too. Whoever wants to start. Otis, you're off mute, so I'll let you go first.
All right, I get mine out the way. It's not going to be enlightening at all. I'm going to be honest with you. It's not going to be nowhere near enlightening.
Simple, yes or no, whatever.
The government, I don't put too much emphasis on the government on this level for the type of conversations that we're having. And hopefully that makes sense what I'm saying. The government to me doesn't come into play until we as a people force this dynamic, the elderly versus the youth versus our conversation first is trying to get the relationships together. The government to me has nothing to do with this in that aspect. So it's hard for me to answer that. And if it could be more of a direct question, because to me that's kind of a broad question. To me, the government has nothing to do with this instance. To me, that's why I want somebody else to go, unless I could probably tailor my answer based on what somebody else says. Because to me, it has nothing to do with it at this point.
Yeah, I totally agree with Otis. I think we should keep the government out of things and get things straight with us. You know what I mean? As far as trying to reach higher offices and things in the government, I mean those are your own personal aspirations and things like that, and which is good. And we should have more representation in higher offices of government. But overall, I think we should keep the government out of our personal lives and things that we can get straight amongst ourselves.
That's interesting. I wanted to share really quick, and then you got it, Coach. Just the comment that's on the screen. Jen says the government is the hand behind most of our tangible issues, resources.
Listen, it's the silent generation, early boomers that are blocking our progress, right?
Oh, wow.
Because
no comment. I'm going on mute.
But these people have been in office for years. They don't share information to younger people in the community. They don't show up when things happen to us unless they can grab a buck out of it. And again, some of our problem is it ain't the government. It's more of man against woman, because for laws to change, regardless of LA, of how you feel about some stuff that I said and I feel about some stuff that you said, when it comes to issues that benefit us as a whole, or even if it's something that's going to benefit men or women, we don't stand together. We stay divided. And the government, guess what they doing? They sitting back watching us. They watching us. They don't have to step in. They like, oh, these niggas gonna fight amongst themselves first. Let's watch them.
Ooh,
So
I'm sorry.
It's an easy play though. It's an easy play. We talk too much. We tell all our playbook before we even in the game. That's all it take is both sides to stand together regardless of how we feel. That's why I hate when people talk about how they feel. The world don't give a damn about how you feel. It's about what's truthful and what's logical. And a lot of
Mm,
that shit they do ain't logical. But we
mm.
be so caught up in our feelings that we can't get past that. Instead of saying, LA, I know we fight all the time about this, but this is bigger than us. Let's put this aside and we go stand arm in arm like the white folk do and the Democrats do when they come out on TV, but they playing golf together, got week-long picnics together. They already making the deal before they come to us. And that's where we go wrong. That's
But
just my
I just got a little bit to add on to that. Because I don't know, in earlier in the stream, I don't care. I will admit it. I'm a conspiracy theorist. I don't believe in coincidences at all. Okay. I think that, I mean, I get it. We should be putting the bigger picture in the forefront. Just, you know what, let's just do what we got to do. However, I don't think that we should be ignoring what they're doing, you know, because they've always had a handle in our stuff. Isn't one of the constant um complaints about, you know, just to get just to get assistance, and the black man had to be out the house? Like, don't you think they've been tampering with people and the population for a while now? It does affect us. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
And we
Okay.
fall
So,
for it. We fall
so
Okay.
for
to
it.
say that the government doesn't matter, I'm a little confused with
Well,
that.
I'm
Whoever.
glad you said that. See, and I apologize for cutting you off. See, I'm glad that's why I needed a more of a tangible example of what you meant by do we need to rely or talk about the government? Now that you gave me an example, and
Yeah,
that was
shout
a
out to the chat.
perfect example. Perfect example. So now I have something to say.
All
That
right.
is true about the welfare system. The woman can't get any financial assistance from the government unless the father is outside the house, which is a manipulative form technique to keep the father outside. So yeah, so I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Now we're talking about something because the government has their own hand in that. Because if you're trying to tell me the only way you can get assistance for the mother and the child is the father cannot be in the household, quote unquote, come around. So therefore, you got the sneak, you can't have the assistance, and also too, it's putting a hindrance on the family because now that woman is relying on the government to keep this quote unquote Section 8 house to pay $8 a month for a 3-bedroom, knowing you got a relationship with a man, but you don't want that you're going to hide that relationship, and it's going to be an unfruitful relationship because you're not in the household. So now you're going to continue to live this lifestyle of I got kids, but the father or the man figure is not in the house because I want to keep this $8 a month payment for the Section 8 house. So I got you. Now, I don't have the answer for it, but I got you. The government does have a hand in that respect. I land.
All right.
Yeah,
And it's
I
fair.
agree.
Y'all off of mute. Y'all can go ahead if you want.
Yeah, I
LA.
agree.
Oh,
I
go ahead,
think
bro.
we fall for those games that the psychology and the games of keeping us apart. And it's up for the women to not fall for the government games or side with the government against her man and family. I think they practice in certain like mouse utopias or certain experiments on us, and it's like our women fall for it. You know what I mean? And I think that's got a little bit to do with things.
All
Yeah.
right, hold on, because I just wanted to use it as one example. I mean, you can listen to any. I mean, just listen to Frances Cress Welsing. She can break down a lot of different, correlations when it comes to why Black people are on the bottom, and the issues that we have between men and women. I just wanted to use that. I don't want to focus on that because that ordinance didn't even last that long, and women went to the Supreme Court went to the Supreme Court to get that reversed. Okay, so I think that was only in place for like a couple years. Everybody thinks that Claudine just was throughout decades, and it's like it wasn't. So I don't want to focus on that. I just wanted to bring up at least an example of how, what I mean, the government has had. I mean, it's just like being on the plantation and dealing with the Willie Lynch letter. I mean, it was always to divide. You know what I'm saying? Old, young,
Yeah.
man, woman, whatever. Like, so it to me, it's the same, and I think
LA,
it's foolish to ignore that.
our biggest detriment in our community has been our churches.
Oh, here we go.
Has been
Oh,
our
Uh-oh.
okay.
Let's
churches.
go.
Let's
Here
go.
we go.
One, because pre-civil rights, the church was a place men and women congregated to come up with the solutions for the community.
Right. You're right.
Once the government was able to infiltrate the churches, the messaging even changed. The
Wow.
messaging started to divide us as a community because, again, pre-civil rights and civil rights, it was young and old together.
Oh
It
yeah.
wasn't.
Youth
It
ministry was
wasn't
so
separate.
strong too.
But when you went to church, the men were preaching about being together, working together. Now it's about thy enemy. Who's thy enemy? Because the pastors don't show up in thy enemy when you got a building fund and ain't no church built a house, paid Miss Betty's water bill, paid your grandmama been going to the church all her life and she ain't had a bill paid. She ain't,
Oh,
she ain't had
Pastor.
no relief set.
Woo. Come on now, you
So
preaching now.
so and in churches, it's easy to manipulate the mind. And this is the transition. That's why you're seeing less men in the church. Because as men, when you grow older, if you understand yourself, you understand what's right and wrong, and you sort of take a side. But if I can go get $50,000 free from the government, F you niggas outside. I'm going with the daddy who paid me the 50,000. Think about it. You get Section 8, you're getting at least 1,000 to 1,500 on your rent. So that's over 12, 15,000. Then if you got two or three kids, you get $800, $900 food stamps. You do that throughout for 12 months. That's another 15,000 almost. So you almost at $30,000 free. Then if you're getting child support for two of your kids, you getting another $10,000. So you getting resources without the need of a man. And I'll shut up after this. The one thing black folk ain't never did, luckily the younger folk are getting better at it. Niggas ain't stopped having sex ever. Y'all, and it ain't got nothing to do with just men. Because y'all women, when y'all was young, and y'all like to do, y'all was busting him down in the back seat of a Jeep. Y'all was busting him down on the school grounds in the back. Teenagers, but it was teenagers though. See, that's the difference. It was teenagers on teenage love. Since they gave us R. Kelly and Diddy, now the grown dude is going to the high school, and it's all a part of manipulating. You want to manipulate the easiest people? Take the father's mindset out of a house. People are going. That's why these boys now, y'all boys, they want to put on y'all skirts now. They don't want to play rough and tumble sports. They want to dress like y'all, look like
Oh
y'all,
my
and fight
God.
y'all to be y'all. So I shut up.
Well, it seems
Mm.
like it's I don't know, you kind of revealed something though, coach. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we have to look at the roles that we both play. That's true accountability, right? So we can't bring up
Yes.
the mothers being in survival mode, okay? Because let's keep it real. I don't care who you talking about. A woman who has a child with a man, they want that family. They want that family. Now, can she have it, or will she have it? That's kind of, contingent, especially these days, up to the dad. You know what I'm saying? It seems like people are having babies with folks that they don't even like anymore. But still,
What
it's
will she sacrifice to have the family? What will she sacrifice to have the family?
what would she sacrifice to have the family? I mean,
Right.
I feel like, well, I mean, my people I come from, I felt like they definitely did everything that they could to keep things together. Like I said, I come from a big family. They were Black Catholics, in the Midwest, had 18 kids with the same people, stayed together the whole time. You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
the sacrifice that especially like my grandmother made, because I knew her very well. You know what I'm saying? That was my girl. You know what I'm saying? And she would just say she learned how to compromise. Everything was not worth the fight. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
'cause I remember,
Right.
because my
Right.
grandfather he passed when I back in like I was probably like 4 years old. So this is back in the 80s. My grandmother passed away in 2012. You know what I'm saying? So I remember going over to her house one time, and she was like, she had both hips replaced, you know what I'm saying? Just went through a whole lot. But anyway, so she was like, before we left, she was like, hey, Lauren, can you change the channel, put the Buckeyes on? And I was like,
Football, yeah.
yeah, I was like, I didn't know that you was a Buckeye fan. She was like, well, being with your granddad, I had to learn how to be one. So
Yeah.
it was about compromise. That's one thing that could happen, but it has to be reasonable. You know what I'm
But
saying?
LA, you spoke to something unique, right? And this is the thing.
Mhm.
It it's typical in America that the man would pass first based off how he would exert his body most of his life. Most of our grandparents had to do physical work, so it takes a toll on your body, right? But also the people before us, they worked they looked at the bigger picture. They didn't look at this individual thing. And again, what grandmamas didn't tell a lot of young folk is that granddaddy bought the house. He the one paid for it. I stayed home and raised y'all slow asses so y'all wouldn't have to worry. But then they only see it like, oh, big mama, grandmama, yes. But granddaddy set the foundation. And a lot of people never got that because a lot of people don't know they both sides of it, don't know grandmama and granddad.
Mm.
They don't know that. So
This stuff be sounding like a different language. Maybe I was just really fortunate, man. I swear to God, because I hear you, Coach, but at the same time, I'm just like,
did y'all take pictures at y'all church with the families? When I was a kid, I even still got the pictures that churches used to take pictures with the family lineage, grandparents, great grandparents, mama, daddy, kids. It used to be a family pictures that everybody take. They used to create these yearbooks. It's
okay.
almost like a yearbook, and it would be the family lineage. We're gonna take pictures of the church picnic, the pastor preaching on the day anniversary. But it was always that section to where they took a picture of the grandparents with the kids, then the parents with the kids, then the kids by themselves, and they just
Yeah.
broke it down that way. But as we got into this modern time, the pastors, most pastors back then had a part-time job. Now these dudes is working full-time, getting all that money, and still ain't paid grandmama's mortgage yet.
So what's the
They
breakdown with the
so,
men then?
because the man fell in line with the government. The
So the
government,
government
you
does
fall in
matter.
line with this government. Yeah, it in the
Mhm.
churches was it 501c. Black people, and this is why I would tell anybody, why would you go give a church $200 or $300 of your money a month when you can set it in a interest bearing account for your kids to grow up? I'll give the church $5, you ain't built a building yet. What building they don't even, it used to be where people in the church worked on the church. They hiring somebody else to come and do the job. They want, you know what I'm saying?
How
So it's not
how did
building
the
a
men fall
community.
in line with the government? How that work out, Coach Berg? How did the men
Be-
fall in line with the government?
because the preachers stopped preaching against the government. The
So wait a
preachers stopped standing up.
minute. Okay,
They don't. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead.
it sounds like, because I'm listening, you know what I'm saying? So it sounds like the men fell in line with the government, and so did the women. So it sounds like the government is a bigger factor than we would like to admit in our interactions
Yeah.
and the outcome of. But see, this is the breakdown as well, like I said, between the young and the old, because the older folks is like, shit, I ain't worried about that, while the younger ones are more interested in still trying to change stuff, still trying to be involved in politics and trying to make something happen, trying to get better, more representation. You know what I mean? Whether it be especially in the court systems. In the South, I've been seeing so many random postings of young Black men and women becoming judges in the South. Like, I
Yes.
think that's very important. You know what I'm saying?
That's
Because
important.
a lot
Yes.
of a lot of these perspectives that we have towards each other, they're manufactured. We didn't have
Yes.
we didn't have these same issues that our white counterparts had, but at the same time, with them being our teachers to a certain degree, you know what I mean, we did emulate the way that they ran their households, the way that they treated each other, you know what I mean. But I don't think that was our true way. We just fell in line. So because it's
LA.
usually the path of least resistance, that's what people take. Go ahead, coach.
But what was black people before welfare? What side of the political party did we represent before welfare?
I could have swore we were more Republican.
Exactly, because Republican prior to this news time, we were more we're gonna
Mm.
work to get it for
Come over here.
ourselves. Once
Mm,
they gave us welfare, we've been
good.
Democrat, and we've been the richest poor people in the world.
Mm,
We have more subjugated on us. They gave us three strikes rule. Who did that affect? Black folk,
right.
particularly black inner city folk.
Right.
They gave us no kid left behind. So now, instead of slow nug nug had to repeat a grade, they pass him along, realizing at some point he's gonna be a problem in the community because he can't read. He ain't looking to further life beyond his circumstance. She's not looking to protect her children with every fiber of her being. They will let the kids just roam. And now, and that's why I say my favorite generation has grown up. Y'all fight amongst yourselves more than anybody in history. It's okay you fight against adults that okay, but y'all can't even find each other. Y'all like, I'm not marrying my peer. I'm not. Y'all fight against each other, and that's crazy to me. Because if you talk about Freaknik, it was young people getting along, having a good time.
What?
Yes.
Oh my God, not young people getting along. I've seen
Yeah,
the
they was
fools
outside.
twerking
They was
on cars and,
they getting along, getting
oh my
along. They was
God,
getting along.
the
Listen, the
illiterate
man
way.
wasn't shame. The man wasn't shaming the women for twerking.
Oh
The
my
women
God,
wasn't shaming the man from busting them down.
but
Now
they
we're
gonna
in a
shame them
place where,
now.
because
Like your
again,
mama was at
those
Freak Nick.
those kids are now grown up. Those kids, y'all was kids. I was shit. I was early 20s. I never went to Freaknik. I used to hear about the stories like, ain't no way. But then it became more acceptable where the parents can hang out with the kids. Y'all know people who smoke weed with their kids and shit. Man, you could never smoke. You better not smoke in your mama's house back in the day. Everybody, but it became more acceptable as they understood. See, white people understand the value of the father. They understand that. And they push it on us to make sure it's separated. And I'll say this and I shut up. I don't care how bad the guy was to you. If he's a regular working guy, force him to have a relationship with his child and let the child determine as they get older. Not saying that if a
Mm,
guy's abusive. Now, if he's abusive, then lock his ass up. If he's not spending the time and giving the kids the confidence that they need to be more successful, then do what you have to do. But also make better decisions. Just because he got that swag and he got that little lean, he got that little, hey yo, what's up, sexy little mama? He ain't gonna be a good daddy because he's already telling you who he is. But most women like men, we like each other. It's something about us, we like each other.
yeah, we do.
And
Yeah, we gotta also like the responsibility because it don't just stop with we like each other. You know what I mean? Like,
yes,
you know what I
I
mean?
agree.
It's gonna be a commitment and a responsibility, and that's gotta be
Yes.
first and foremost.
But most people didn't see the commitment through their family. You got to see a commitment through your family. If you grow up with your mom and daddy together, you already understand ain't no commitment. Once you realize it, oh, mama got boyfriends, daddy got girlfriends, they ain't committed to each other.
Right.
I don't know.
So
That was a rude awakening for me though, because I can't even lie. Because I came from a lineage of nothing but people. I mean, marrying the high school sweethearts. You know what I'm saying? All my grandparents being married until they pass and things like that. I leave the
yes,
house. That's what I'm looking for. But guess what? The world and priorities have changed. Yeah, I was asked. I was asked. You know what I'm saying? I was proposed to, but it wasn't because he was ready. It was because he didn't want nobody else to mess with me. He knew how much I valued marriage. Okay. So it's like at the same time, we have to be a people who actually values marriage. We shouldn't be waiting like, it shouldn't have to be okay, well, once you get your shit together and you 35, then you can finally go settle down. Like, why does it have to be like that? If people are talking about strengthening the community and being together,
Uh,
and it goes more about, it goes past liking each other. It goes towards supporting each other when we ain't got nothing. It's about building
LA,
together. Yeah,
LA. When you met your guy, did you let your parents meet him?
of course. Well,
What made you?
my father had passed away by that time, but my mother, yes, of course.
Okay, did you let uncles, anybody, any males meet him and give him the third degree?
Well, I didn't live around any of my uncles, but one of mine actually did visit, and he he asked me about him a couple of years ago. Matter of fact, he was like, "Hey, like you still talk to I was like, "Damn, I'm surprised you still remember him." But yeah, I had somebody, but at the same time, when you got mama there, you know what I'm saying? It's different than when you got daddy there, because a young man, you know what I'm saying? Yes, let me help you with your mom. Let me bring the groceries in the house. I'll cut you know what I'm saying? They doing that type of stuff. And mama
Yes.
is just seeing him as a man. She's not seeing him as like somebody she needs to be like looking out for. You know what I'm saying? Like it was, I don't know, it wasn't the same degree, if that makes sense. I think mothers are more, they're more hesitant with like in they accept people less, like when their sons bring home a woman, but when their daughter brings home a guy, the mama is not really like on that same wavelength as the father would be with the shotgun and the
Right.
I didn't have that, unfortunately, but
Right.
I did have my dad in my life, you know what I'm saying? All the way up, you know, I was until I was 16. So
Okay.
regardless, when I met my first, you know, my first boyfriend and stuff, we dated and just got to know each other, and you know, that was it for almost like a year straight.
Right.
Then
Right. I get it.
we made it official. You know what I mean? Because I
Right.
was just like, you
Because,
ain't gonna just be smashing and dashing on my ass. Like, no, like, shit, we gonna get
but
to know some family members and stuff. Like, I need to know where you live. Like, I need to be able to call your mama in case she's acting up. Like, all of those things. But it was a mutual thing. Even like my brother. Well, I have a younger brother, and they almost got into a fight. And I had to tell the guy that I was dating, I was like, my brother is going to be here. So either you straighten the fuck up or you can get the hell on. And he straightened up. They're still cool.
but that's the thing, LA. And this is why they understand the importance of a father, because most father will protect their daughters from the riffraff. Most fathers will let you know. That's why he waited, because he understood that if he violated you in with your father around, he gonna have to deal with that man. But once daddy left, LA wasn't the same LA.
No,
It was different.
well, no, actually, he was already gone by the time I met him. Those were steps that I made him take.
Okay,
My
but you
dad,
had to see the foundation was set. I get okay, you're right. Your foundation was set. Most
right.
people don't grow up with that foundation. Most
Hmm.
people don't have that opportunity, regardless of we ain't together. Listen,
Right. But
I'm gonna
that's
go.
what,
You gotta go ahead. I'm
no,
sorry.
no, go ahead and finish. I got you.
Can I
No,
say
I'm
this
just
real quick?
saying.
Can I say it
Go ahead.
real quick? I'm about to leave the panel. I would like to thank LA for having me, and shout out to the panel. It was a great discussion. It was well needed. I just want to just drop down without saying anything. But peace out to you guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. Okay.
All right. I
Salute to you,
appreciate
brother. Be safe,
Peace and
man.
it.
blessings.
You
Be
come
Peace.
safe.
back.
Yes,
Okay.
indeed.
All
Later.
right. That's old as who, y'all. All right, coach, you got it. I'm sorry.
Oh no, it's just how crazy. Like, okay, how the dynamic shifted so fast.
What's up, witch doctor?
It's only been 50 years, and here we are, probably in the worst time for adults to really be trying to get together and work together, because everybody's looking at each other like it's your fault, and
Mm,
most people haven't experienced the worst of America. So the fact that the foundation was given to you early, again, we get to a space. I used to, I used to say this all the time to young folks. When we get ready to have sex, we ain't thinking about mama or daddy. Ain't nobody in that bedroom thinking about, well, my mama told me not to, my daddy told no. We get in our selfish bag and we do what we want. And then if the other person doesn't comply to what we want, now that becomes a problem. When a lot of times we just have to think about, is it really worth it? No. And most of us don't think like that.
Well, I mean, we got more, I guess, options in life or whatever. So it does put us into a more selfish type of mode. But I mean, I still think that there's enough people out, out there that, for one, appreciate relationships and the institution of marriage, actually want it. You know what I mean? And I think that they're trying their best to go after it. You know what I mean? Even in the right ways. Like, people are starting slow, not having kids. Like you said, they're not having kids as early as they used to, because they want to do things different. I can, me personally, I can kind of recognize that. I think that a lot of people are stuck in that blame game, because it's just, like I said, it's just easier not to have to look at yourself and say, damn, like, what could I do different, or what did I do wrong? You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just easier to do that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. At the same time, I wanted to say something about the whole father thing, because I swear, like, and coach, like, around, I think when I first met you, around the same time, we were having this group conversation about fathers in the household, and it was just like, I'm listening to the responses of people, especially who did not have their fathers in the household, and it just blows my
Right.
mind how much they end up inadvertently downplaying the father's role. They'll say things,
Hmm.
well, you can't blame the person who wasn't there. Why the hell not? Nigga, where were you? You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, being a stepfather is stupid. Oh, if the woman doesn't, get on your program, if she gives you too much problems, just start a new family. Like, the attitudes are horrible, to the point where I'm just like, I don't think that people are understanding what they're saying, because I know how much having a dad every day meant to me and what it did for my life. But when I hear other people, when they didn't have their dad, they're just like, well, I can't blame him.
Right.
And I'm like, the fuck you can't. Excuse my French.
Right. They can't
Because,
relate to it.
man, but
It-
but but if they look at all the things that they're missing, those are the things that you could
but
blame your father for. You know what I'm saying?
but
So it
but
does.
LA, again, you're talking about, okay, I'm Gen X, right? We the baby mama, baby daddy generation. That's
Mm,
why it became that. We was having sex and nobody was saying we gonna be a family.
mm.
We that's
Right.
how it came about. It wasn't like we gonna get together based off, our parents know each other. We was meeting each other wherever we was meeting each other, back seat of the Jeep, in the park, over granny's house. When parents went to work, we was having sex, but nobody was saying, you know what? We want to be a family. That
And
became a
then no,
problem.
and then no, and
So
then that could be the first mistake. But then where's the stepdaddy? Then we don't even do the step parent thing either. So it's just like
because
it's
you
no
can't talk to my
correction.
kids. You can't talk to my kids. They got a dad. You can't
But where
talk to
you
my
at
No
son.
then?
correction.
You can't talk to my daughter. They got a daddy. Where your daddy at? The daddy ain't shit. So if you telling the kid they daddy ain't shit most of their young life, what you think they gonna do? They gonna take advantage of. They gonna take advantage of it in school. They gonna act out. But they'll never say, "Mama, I need a daddy." They'll never say, "Mama, can I see my daddy?" No, your daddy ain't shit. Why? Because he left us. No, he left you. Because most fathers stay within 10 miles of their children.
Most.
Drop. Yes, most fathers stay within 10-mile radius of their children.
I only know one person right now, personally, that has that situation. But most of the people that
Mo-
I hear, I talk to, they just like, it's too hard to coordinate. I gotta go through all. Yes, if you care about your child, y'all are going
But
to
again,
decide on a
selfish,
location, and you're gonna live
selfish,
close enough. Yeah, I
selfish,
It should be a
selfish
care. It should be
me.
a care about man, woman, and child. We a
Yes,
family. This is a unit.
right.
This
yes,
is like nothing else going on out there. We are now a
yes,
unit. Now, what is best
yes,
for all three?
yes.
That's what it
But if
You
should
know
we
what I'm saying?
just
It's a mindset. It's a mind to me, real quick. It's just a mindset to know my life is dedicated to this now. I don't got nothing else on my mind. I'm not thinking about nothing else. I want to see this
but,
through. And
but
I'm gonna sacrifice my time, my energy, and everything to be that. That you know what I'm saying? It's a own, you know what I'm saying? It's your own conviction.
nobody brother, nobody dedicated their life to me, so why should I dedicate my life to somebody else?
See, that shouldn't even matter. You should know at this
It
point.
matters to
No,
me.
it
And
shouldn't.
I'm playing devil's advocate.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
I
he
got
yeah,
You know what I'm
yeah, he
saying?
played
Not
But
devil's
once you
advocate.
know better, you're supposed to do better regardless. So my answer is still going
man.
to be the
I,
same.
I
You know
don't
what I'm
know
saying?
better. I wasn't taught better, LA.
Oh,
My
well,
parents didn't teach me nothing.
do you have a brain
What
network?
do women want to? Do women want to hear a man say, "I want to be dedicated to the family. My life and my time is about the family"? Do a woman want to hear that, and do a woman want to take that and do something with it?
That
You
Not
she
know
if
what I
you
wants.
mean?
cheat on
Because
me.
Of course, she wants to hear that.
ain't
Not
no
if he
cheating and
cheats on
nothing
her.
happening. Like you know what I'm
Hey,
saying? Like and
if
then come on, coach. He come from a time where pops would stay in the home, or he not divorcing the man. He may do things outside the home, but he not breaking up, or he not leaving the family unit.
yes, I agree. But then they gave us no fault divorce. They get my friends are having so much fun.
So every excuse. So basically, as a man, every
I'm gonna
excuse
stay
that
with
can be exhausted and used, we'll use it to get out of the responsibility.
That's what it sounds
Yes,
like to me, because I'm just like,
See,
yes,
I don't accept that. As a man, I don't accept that.
I
I got a
don't either.
choice to make and I got something to do and I'm gonna do it. And that's all I want
I
to hear,
don't
and that's
either.
all it needs to be. And I'm not holding nobody in this universe else over me or what I have decided.
I agree
You
with
know
you a
what I mean?
thousand
Like I don't
percent, brother.
hear men be men, and you know what I'm saying? I got convictions. I got things that I'm not playing with. You know what I'm saying?
Who teaches a man how to be a man today?
the one that's there.
And that's the problem.
Oh,
Once
so should she
once
not be there?
once
Somebody
I
gotta
turned, once my scrotum sac separated from my body, my
be.
mother no longer dealt with me the same. She passed me off to my daddy, and
Right,
my
because
daddy.
they were
But
together
again,
though. Hmm.
yes, but again, most of us from Gen X, we wasn't together in the first place. We met at the club. We had it in the backseat of the Jeep. We wasn't trying to be together anyway. I can do it by myself. I can raise kids by myself. And then when we all get to that age where the boy's scrotum sac separate from his body, now he becomes a different animal. He's not listening to mama the same. He's looking at girls. And he's not valuing girls because nobody he never saw nobody value his mama. So why do I have to value girls?
That's crazy. So
I
as
don't
a
have this
young person,
conversation.
I can't say that. I mean, I know that
like
story
you
is out there, but
all the nice things and ways that your mama was there and made you soup and took care of you when you were sick, you can't appreciate her by your on your own. You need to
She
see
let
a
me get
yeah,
away
I'm
with too
trying.
much.
I'm like, I got
that's
my
crazy.
own. Yeah, I got my own idea and
That's
things. I'm the man. I made me the man I am. I think like how I think because I'm really me. You know what I'm saying?
But
I don't have a
again,
concept of being taught how to be a man. I can see things men do, and I can say I like that. I want to add
right,
that to me. You know what I'm
right.
saying? You know
That's
what
what
I
I
mean?
was
That's
saying.
all I've been doing all my life. I like that. I'm
how
gonna be that.
many how many of your peers think like you?
I think enough. I think enough. It might not be or a number that would impress you, but I think that it's enough.
It's not about impressing me. It's about being able to
Out of
put in
my
the work.
5 friends, there's 3 of us that don't have kids, and we 40 plus.
See, there you go. I know people men in their 40s are getting close to that. They don't have any kids either. It's changing.
That's but that's always been the way though. Most men never had children anyway. It's that loud minority of men who were making 4 and 5 babies with 4 and 5 women. It's always been that. That's the narrative that they always try to push on us that black men were the work. It's never been that way. It's never, and most of us don't realize it until we get older. That's why you hear me say, like say, a lot of times, go have those tough conversations with your parents.
Mm-hmm.
Go have that conversation. Because even your daddy, he ain't gonna really shit on your mom. He
Right.
ain't gonna really shit on her. But go have those conversations. Daddy, what happened? Why'd you leave? Well, I don't know what your mama told you. She said you left me. Well, we wasn't together in the first place. We were just having sex in the back of the school. She came to me 3 months later talking about you was pregnant. Huh? So how can you expect someone, especially young, because we having babies young. We ain't, most people have, and y'all can look this up right now. By age 25, 95% of America has had sex.
Duh.
95%. Okay. So that means most of us are having sex early as teenagers.
But we're
Not
acting like
saying,
being
I'm
sexual
saying.
is a weird thing. Like that's a natural thing. Now we need to be educated. We need to be smart. You know what I'm saying? We need to be protected. But acting like men and women are not sexual beings is kind of like I don't know.
But
We
No,
don't.
that's
that's
never
not the
we
problem.
can't discard that. That's not going anywhere. But the responsibilities behind having sex
Yes.
and all of that, better
Right.
choices, and all those things
Yes.
can be improved. Like, you know what I mean?
Of
That I
course.
mean,
Who
we've
you
had
having?
sex education and things like that. We've had sex
Yes.
education and things like that since early days in school and stuff like that. Then we get out and we be messing up and flipping up and feeling like we can do. Now the reason I don't have kids and like that because I've always strapped up. I never and as far as the woman, if she wasn't a family minded woman, if she didn't have that love in the sense like I did and really want to do this thing, then I'm not forcing nothing. And you know what I mean? It's not going any further than just safe sex.
Right.
So,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Choices and decisions, you know what I mean? That's what I'm looking at. Responsibility. I don't think hearts, souls, sex, I don't think serious things are to be played with. And at certain point in time, we got to grow up and really realize and understand something. So, I just hold myself to a higher standard. And I would never say in life, I didn't know what the hell I was doing.
Yes.
Okay.
You can use that to a certain point. But again, how many people, because we modern, we got all the information that our parents didn't have us. We even got videos to give us the information without us even talking. How many people are sitting down on Friday, Saturday nights and saying, hey, let's watch this together and then let's discuss it after. Let's do it like we do a panel, LA. We're gonna go through this video and I'm gonna stop it every 2 minutes and we're gonna discuss what we heard and what we saw. A lot of people are not doing that. And then why do kids act like this? Because ain't nobody paying attention to them. Ain't nobody correcting that shit when it first happened, then having a discussion about it. We know our kids. We know our kids. People act like that. You know your kid. My mama used to bust in my room like, what the hell you doing in here, boy? It's some friends right now, got children, teenagers, they room stink like booty and sweat together. They don't even engage in that. Man, you got to be all up in your kids' business, except when they go to the toilet, that's the only time they get some freedom. Other
Mm-hmm.
than that, I'm all in your closet. I'm going through your dresser drawer, but people they not like it. But then they say, why my kid acting like that? And the kid, if you want to find the truth, talk to some young people. Well, my parent, my mama, my daddy, they didn't care. They didn't pay attention to me. So they go and the thing about young folk, we seek attention. That's
Mm,
why we go with the friends that act stupid because it's easier to act stupid than to be responsible. But
damn.
um,
No, that's true. I mean, shoot, privacy, what's that? You know what I'm saying? Like even with their, I give them access to my kids they're preteens. Oh, well, one's 13, one's 12. That doesn't mean that you just get your own phone. Where are you going? They always
exactly.
with me. You know what I'm saying? But I give them access to like I have an iPad and stuff like that. So they can text their friends and they can do the FaceTime and stuff. But guess what? All responses are linked to my phone too. I don't care how many times I get text messages or whatever. I want to see what y'all talking about in these group chats. You know what I'm saying? And I remember saying that on a stream. I've been doing this probably for the past couple years at least, with my kids, just tapping in. I just monitor, you know what I mean?
Yes.
I don't let them know that why you say this. So I'm paying attention to you. Like I want to see what you do when I'm not around. You know what I'm saying? I
Yes.
see something crazy, I'm coming straight in there. Give me that shit. You're not talking to this person no more. Like, like what is this about? I'm on your ass.
Yes.
But no, it's just I don't know, man. Like I remember telling somebody that and they were just like, really? Like you read your kid's message? What?
Yes.
Their messages are my messages. What are you talking about? You
Exactly.
know what I mean? Because as long as this phone or this device has a camera function on it, oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm going to stay on top of them, and there is no such thing as privacy because I need to know what's going on. Unless you go into the bathroom, fine, handle that by yourself. But in terms of
Yes.
like people got to have a grips on what their kids are doing. You know what I mean? And oh, well, I don't want to impose. Fuck that. You provided
See,
everything. It is yours. Okay. You
and
just
they
let.
respect that.
Mm-hmm.
As they
Absolutely,
get older, they
absolutely, I
respect
agree.
it. You know what I'm saying? But again, we gotten into this. it- it- my parents, my fight, and that's why I say LA all the time, man. I don't give a damn about feelings in the world. I can't move in my feelings when it comes to the world. My feelings are directed at my parents, my loved ones, because I can tell them how I feel about them. But what I look like every time I meet a woman, I feel like I'm not. She gonna look at me like, grow your ass up. You think white people cared about Carmelo Anthony on that stand? He think they cared about his feelings? No. So a lot
Man,
of
the
people
feelings,
just
yeah.
offer. You just can't. LA, you're doing this. Everything that you're doing will pay off once they become teenagers, because what you want to be able to do is trust them when they go into the world.
Right.
And when you paying attention to them while they outside, everything in the back of their mind is gonna be like, man, my mother will find out. My mother will find out.
Exactly.
But a lot of
Exactly.
people don't care.
That's the way it needs to be.
But I
Yeah.
also let them know because I said this earlier. Like I told them, like I can't help you if I don't know what's going on. You know what I mean? So I don't care. I don't care what it is. I don't care what it is. Am I going to react? You know what I'm saying, or feel a certain type of way? Yeah, I might at first, but I'll be all right. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me help you. Be able, and feel comfortable with coming to me and telling me about stuff because I mean, even like, as an adult, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I'm like, I'm sorry, I had to turn my camera off. I had to just, I'm still dealing with a person who just, I don't know, they just won't leave me alone. So you can only imagine what it is for younger kids, you know what I'm saying? Or for children who get into these group chats and stuff like that, or who want to play Roblox and things like that. And half of them people are adults. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to stay up on the potential dangers because the kids, they don't know. It's just like it reminds me of when like the internet, dial up, all that stuff came out and that AOL chats were
Yeah.
popular. Like my parents were like, "No, you're not. Like you don't know who you're talking to. Like that could be a 30-something-year-old, man or whatever. They just talking to you, like a kid, but they're not a kid. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think that, I think especially as the times go on, our communication styles, they're going to have to change with the younger generations. You know what I'm saying? Because they are dealing with a whole nother set of just, I don't know, distractions. You know what I'm saying? Just like we were at one point in time, they just have a different set. So it's just, I don't know. For me, it's just about staying active and just, letting them know, like, I got you. You know what I'm saying? I got your back. Because I mean, it really makes me think about even like this Carmelo Anthony situation. How much? I mean, while he's doing this time, how much do you think he's going to think about what his parents did or did not do? Do you think he's going to blame them? Because even like during the whole sentencing and everything, it broke my heart when I heard they walked out. They walked out the courtroom right after, he basically was found guilty and he was left alone to be, taken into custody. Like, how much do you think he's going to actually blame his parents for his circumstances in one way or another?
He
Y'all,
probably thought
That's
about
rough.
that as soon as he realized they wasn't there. And once you get behind them bars and you in that cell, your whole life flash in front of you. Every decision that you make flash in front of you.
mm,
So and the fact, and he may not even say it early on, but you can best believe if he's out, in parole, and he's a grown man, then he's going to express all of that right on YouTube.
Mm, I mean, we see it with like some of the celebrity kids, you know. Um, like I remember when DMX passed, and I think they did some type of documentary or something, and his son was speaking on it. You know, 50 Cent, his son, you know, that he had before he got famous and all this stuff. Like, there's a lot of people who feel a certain type of way towards their parents. You know what I'm saying? Um, depending on how much attention they did or did not get. And I see it all the time. You know what I'm saying? And I
Yes,
think the feelings are valid though, because again, it's important to have that attention, to have that influence, you know what I mean? And just have somebody that is always there, you know what I mean? To not leave you to your own devices, to not, you know, leave you to figure out a situation by yourself. But you know, these celebrity parents and this, that, and the, I mean, they're gone all the time, but they're providing, right? They're buying everything that the kids need and want and blah blah blah. But we see the the type of fruit that they bear, right? And it's not something good. It's not something good at all. There's a lot of
yes.
people who feel disenfranchised by not having just the presence of their parents around.
Ellie, you speaking to it. The most important thing to a young person is the time spent.
Absolutely.
It's not about the money, it's the time spent. That's why people, when you hear people talk, they always talk about how they was left alone, because when you left alone, you sort of go through things, and you, a lot of us, we overtalk ourselves, we put ourselves into a bad headspace
Mm,
because the time, and you can't get time back.
right.
So you see people
Right.
getting older, lashing. That's why you say my father wasn't shit. Why? Because he was never there. But
Mm,
we don't know why. See, that's the thing. That's why I say go back and talk to him. And it might be 3 or 4 conversations. It ain't gonna be just one conversation. Come to find out at the end, I used to have, and people used to do it, younger, and when I was in the schools, and they used to come back and tell me how they cried together, how
mm,
them and their father cried together, and now their relationship is building,
yeah.
because most people don't want to be without their child. They know they have a child. Because LAR, shut up. All y'all look like y'all daddy and act like y'all mama.
Mm. I know I do.
There you go.
That's cool. Yeah, that's funny. How did you know that? But nah, man, no, seriously, I don't know. I just it seems like we got a little bit of a, at least insight of what the issues might be. It just seems like at the end of the day, it's just it's up to each and every one of us to just, regardless of what we are receiving from the world, we got to see the bigger picture and just do it. You know what I'm saying? Because it just takes one, or it takes a small group of people to set an example. And the next thing you know, this person wants to join in. This person wants to join in. I don't think that it only just applies to negative things. You know, I think that that applies to positive things as well. But somebody's got to find it worth it to start it. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's got to find it worth it. I think that's just the main focus. Priorities. What do you want for your life, and how much do you value for? How much do you value it? And what are you willing to take or willing to do to get it?
Yep. I agree. Totally. Totally agree.
So I don't know.
I
I
think
get
we seeing more age gap relationships and things too, for people going up and down the scales of age, looking for what their parents didn't offer and things of that nature. So
mm,
I think it all coincides.
hmm. Yep. I see where you're going with that, and I agree with that as well. I agree with that as well.
Yeah,
That's why me personally, like I think the biggest age gap I ever had, he was 5 years older than me.
yeah,
I don't go too far. You know what I'm saying? A year and a
yeah,
half, a couple years, something like that. Because that's what my grandparents, they were a year and a half apart. My parents were
yeah,
2 years apart. You know what I mean? Like it was,
yeah,
and I had both parents, so I wasn't looking for a father figure in the man that I was dating. You know, I already
yeah.
I had that. So, but I
Ah,
understand what you're saying, and I think that, look, there's a lot of things that I kind of entertain in terms of concepts and things like that, but it's only because I'm trying to understand, like, how did you get there? You know what I'm saying? And then once people start breaking down either the events of their life, or it starts to make more sense to me. Now, do I agree with everything that they might be currently doing? No, but it helps me to get to a little bit more understanding, and I think that's what people need the most, because even like when you
Absolutely.
we talk about this age this age disconnection, to me that is what's missing, understanding, whether it be old to young, try to understand what they think, and vice versa, and we can get somewhere, but we got
Yeah.
to start with some understanding.
LA, the biggest, you've seen and heard me on YouTube, right?
Hmm.
I get pushback from 40-year-old, my favorite generation babies, but those young people, they love Coach Fern.
Yeah.
I've never had a young person sort of challenge me in a threatening way. They question, because I used to always say, question me, question. Even a genius asks questions. So if it's
Mhm.
something you may not understand, or you feel that maybe rust in my explanation, question me about it so you can get the better understanding, so you can have the best outcome possible. Not everything applies at the same time, but sometimes I came up with a time where people use reverse psychology when they
Mm.
would say, "Oh man, you can't do that." Guess what you do? You prove
You
them
gonna
wrong
try.
that you can do it. But
Right.
now it's like, you put me down, you shaming me, because a lot of people are not getting the confidence builders from their parents. If your parent don't confident give you confidence, who am I to give you confidence?
Right.
It comes from the parents, and a lot of people just are so focused on what they want in their selfish mindsets, and they leave the kids to figure it out. And then we question it, why they so crazy out here? Who's talking to them? Who's setting them down and say, hey, you can get to where you want, but it's certain steps you must take. And if you allow the law to dictate to you what's going to happen, they're not going to be nice to you. Show them an Emmett Till movie, 13. Yeah, it could happen today. Show
Yeah.
them some, and that's just me, because I used to do a lot of documentaries with young folk.
Hmm.
So they wouldn't just hear me talking, they can see it and see you. And then they say, but this was old days.
It wasn't that
Okay.
long ago.
Yes.
Like,
It was
yeah,
your parents.
I was talking
So
about that as well. It's okay. Like, I know a lot of black people who don't like to watch, those like I was using clips from The Butler. Some people that I ain't gonna go watch that shit. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't want to see us in that light. They don't want to see 12 Years a Slave. They don't want to see Roots. They don't want to see, but it's history, man. It's something that should be appreciated regardless, because somebody that you are connected to, this is where they came from, and this is what they had to deal with. You know what I mean? So I definitely agree with you on that one. Like, just knowing history. And a lot of people, especially like the younger generations, we're getting more mixed and mingled, like in terms of like, they have friends of all different races, right? The kids who were born in the 90s and the 2000s, they don't see racism the same as we do. But it's because we're not forcing them to know. And my kids are
Right.
biracial, but I talk about Black history all the time. Like, you gonna know a little
Yeah, you
something.
need to know. You're gonna know. Yeah, at
Yeah,
least you're gonna experience me giving it to you, and you could reflect back, and you know what I'm saying. Like you're
exactly.
gonna get some type of knowledge of who you are, who you come from, what we've been through, and
Hmm.
the history that you know what I'm saying. You're living it now too, so you know what I mean. You can go someplace on this earth, and somebody hold you to something. And you don't need to not know what's going on, or you know what I'm saying. Not be, kind of abreast of things. Like you need to know, be aware of the world.
Right. I think
right.
that's one of the advantages of other like groups of people. They have some type of roadmap. Or Italians don't do this, or whatever group that they are, they have a certain standard because they keep their history in mind. They keep their culture in mind. It gives
Did
them
y'all
a roadmap. Hmm.
Did y'all have civics in school?
Civics? No.
Yes. See,
I
see,
think
this is what.
did they call it social studies maybe at that
No,
time?
no, it was civics. It was social studies and civics was two different classes.
No, we didn't get that.
This is part of the change that a lot of people didn't have. Civics taught you the ways of the world. It
Okay.
taught you everything, the barter system. It taught you the government systems, the breakdown, the executive branch, judicial branch. It taught you that in
Mhm.
one class, and it shows you how different races, what they brought to the world. Uh, because we only get in schools that our history started from slavery,
Right, right.
but
Right.
as you dig into it, we created the history that they keeping us from today. We
Mhm.
were the civilized ones throughout the
Mhm.
world. And just like today, just like they did back then and today, we share all our secrets. We give it away.
Yeah.
We're not cherishing it because a lot of these things that we are capable of doing, we're not doing. Instead of me doing it myself, I'd rather pay somebody to do it. That's why I appreciate the ancestors because they did it themselves, not because they could pay somebody, but they understood the pride that went into it when you can do something for yourself.
Right. Yeah.
But we want to look cute and handsy, and now the dudes is painting their fingernails, so you know them niggas ain't touching nothing oily. Now they want to put the glitter on better than you know what I'm saying. It's like people are fighting for opposite roles, and nobody can survive like that because the kids are like, well, damn, am I a man or a girl? How
Damn.
about I just be both?
Or what I feel like
Um,
in the moment, right?
there you go.
Yeah.
Um,
No,
hmm,
that I mean that kind of correlates with the miseducation of the Negro. That's to me that's where it kind of started. Because we were kind of encouraged to forget all the skills and inventions and natural ways of how our people did stuff for a college degree, for the hopes of an office and a secretary. You know what I'm saying? Of hopes of a cushiony life when our people know how to get the toughest stains out of rugs. You know what I'm saying? Like their laundresses, like they have a lot of different skills because they had to figure
mm-hmm,
it out, right? But it's not glamorous work. So they
mm-hmm.
introduced the whole college notion and we fell for that hook, line, and sinker. We wanted to be somebody, and we were told that this is the way that you're gonna be respected in the world. And we found out that yeah, you can get a good job, but it's not gonna change your standing here. And now we've, like you said, we've taken y'all so far from your roots that they don't, there's nothing to pass down. Or if it is passed down, it's not going to be appreciated by the newer generation because I don't want to do that work. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I want to go to an office. I want to put on my high heels and my suit and have my secretary and hand her my briefcase and take my calls and this, that, and the third. Like they've been working on us for a while, coach. That's the only reason why I'm just like, I ain't letting the government slide on nothing.
Right. You shouldn't. Listen, and let me just clear something up because a lot of people, when unfortunately when niggas get new information, they misuse it. Black women have always worked.
Always.
Always. There's never been a time where because guess who cleaned the white woman's nasty house that they didn't want to clean? The black woman.
Mm-hmm.
The white. It's never been a time where black women did not work. But again, they realize, oh, these niggas is building Wall Streets all over the country. Why? Because they ain't running to our bank. So what they do? They separated them. They already listen. Anytime you conquer a nation, you're not gonna take more men than women. They're always gonna take more women than men. So who? We can get to these women out here. Hey, women, we're gonna give y'all opportunity to have sex and not be held accountable. Go ahead and get this birth control. Because y'all growing too fast. Get this birth control. How we go from how they say we got 4 million slaves, but we up to 40 million people today. But if you look over history, they was taking us out as much as possible. So how
Right.
can we jump those numbers that astronomically in such a short period of time? Makes no sense. In 100 years, it makes no sense. So they lie about the origination of us, but then the confusion comes in where if I can separate y'all and tell y'all two different stories, y'all gonna come out fighting each other, and I'm gonna sit back and drink tea and watch it.
Mm.
And this is where we are. We the most unique. Listen, that's why I say y'all at that age where not y'all, but because y'all old as hell, right? But today should be a time where, to me, younger adults should be working more together than to everybody focusing on mine. Because as y'all get older and they get become adults, they're going to have less resources. They're
Yeah.
gonna be at a bigger detriment than it is today. Because a lot, you know what I'm saying? So I just wish more people would, and this is just me, would go to the spaces where it's needed the most. When we get these new informations, go to the younger people in our family, make it a movie night. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? Break down some of these incidents, even with the Carmelo Anthony thing, and I'll shut up. It's a great time to sit down with your young teenagers and say, hey,
Yeah.
it's certain things that I won't be able to protect you from. So
Mm-hmm.
you must be able to think through. I'd rather see you get beat up
Right.
today and come home to me than you do something to where I cannot be in a position to protect you. Because I can teach you how to fight.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You get beat up, we going in the backyard, we gonna put these gloves, we gonna fight. Salute to Joe Jackson. He taught his boys how to fight. He fought them right into being millionaires as teenagers. But he was labeled as one of the worst fathers in American history, where his kids and family were millionaires as teenagers. I wish I had a Joe Jackson in my life. I wish my daddy would have been more disciplined. He was there, he worked. He I think he was a more benefit to my sisters because they wasn't teenage pregnancies. I had five of them.
Right.
I'm the worst kid in my family. I got a college degree, two military discharges. So I'm not doing too bad.
Mm-hmm.
But just that experience being in that same space with somebody that can say, hey, calm your ass down.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, you ain't doing that. That pays big dividends as we become adults because a lot of us, we act like the parents. We pick up a lot of those habits.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I want to go ahead and get final thoughts. I really do appreciate y'all's feedback, man. I knew this was good. I was going to bring somebody out, because a lot of people, like I said, we're having we're getting older now. We're becoming the elders. No, just so, like I said, we can kind of. I like to just have conversations to help people think about stuff. You know what I mean? Maybe things that they haven't really thought about on a personal or deeper level, or maybe they haven't thought about it in a long, like in a while period. So that's just more of like what my motivation is. I'm not here to try to give lectures or or find absolute solutions, but like I said, I think it all starts with a thought. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I,
Definitely.
I definitely appreciate you, gentlemen. And I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys have your final words if you have any.
Yeah, definitely. LA, thank you for having me. Coach Berg, shout out to you as
Shut
always
up,
with the
brother.
words of wisdom. Yep. And as far as age gaps and things like that, we just gotta have more conversation and do things with love and good intention, and we can close those gaps. So I'll close on that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you for joining. I haven't seen you in a while. You make sure to come back, okay?
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right, no
Yeah. Salute, bro.
worries. You're welcome. All right, y'all. It was Man is Fair. Appreciate you, man. All right, coach, you got it. You got any final words for us?
Like, listen, appreciate you just having these types of conversations and not always looking at it from a feelings base and just being open minded about it. And I know, when I'm on YouTube, I'm not going to be as polite with my words as I would with younger people, because I believe most of us have the ability and the capability to want to be better. It's just taking a stance at wherever you are in life and moving accordingly. But yeah, man, what the events that's been going on in these last couple of weeks, or whatever, man, it's a really good time to sit down with our younger folk and let them understand what life is really about and what the truth is. Give them the truth and allow them to, make up their mind as
Mm-hmm.
they go. But give them some type of foundation, and
Absolutely.
I just appreciate spaces like this, because I spent my life doing this kind of work and seeing the results, seeing those young people now who are almost at y'all ages, just making a way for themselves despite where they started. And that's all that I can ask for, man. It's a blessing to be able to get to my age, and I hope my son and others around me can get old and ugly like me. That means they live the life. But yeah, here we are, man. Let's fight to the end, because I'm gonna fight this fight to the end. So salute to you, sis.
All right, I appreciate your support. I'm glad that you ain't sitting down. Thanks for the work that you do, man. Because a lot of people don't even want to they don't even take their free time to do anything for anybody else. So I appreciate you, man.
Salute to you.
All right. That's Coach Ferg, y'all. Appreciate you for showing up on the panel. Okay, guys. I wanted to give a shout out to everybody that was participating today. We had Coach Ferg, Black Man is Fair, Otis Who, H&M. Appreciate y'all. Everybody that came through, like, shared, and subscribed. Thank you for your support on the Cash App. Yeah, I think that this was a good conversation, because I think everybody has some type of hang up or issue or something when it comes to whether it be your parents or whoever came before you. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of information that has been lost along the way, but it's very helpful to both the young and the old. So I suggest and encourage everybody to just, don't be afraid to have the conversation. Don't worry about if the person is going to receive your message or not. Just offer it. You know what I mean? If they don't want it, then fine. Maybe they might, pick a different time in their life, or when they can actually want to be honest with themselves, and they'll come back and they'll get what they need to get from you. Okay. But don't try to, don't feel offended because somebody's not listening to you. Oh my goodness, 187. Thank you so much. I almost forgot that you was on the panel too. But yeah, don't walk into it with the expectations of this, this young person better listen to me and this, that, and the third. Look, we all have things to offer, including the young. They can teach us things too. So don't count them out. All right. But again, I wanted to say thank you to everybody that came through. Let me see here. Replay gang for show. Leave me a comment below. Let me know your favorite part or your least favorite part. Whatever is on your mind, just leave a comment after the show. And as I always say, be good to yourself so you can be good to others. I'll see you guys next time. Peace.
Things aren't perfect, it's all about the journey. Where are you going? Fire in my eyes, I keep on growing. This is a little personal. The LA project